Whoa, you could totally see my dirty ass kitchen. Yeah. How you doing, guys? It's time again. I'm gonna while we're waiting for people to integrate in, I'm gonna go ahead and share this link. I totally yeah, the YouTube has changed things around since last time I did a live stream. And yeah, this has kind of really fucked with me because I am not used to this. I'm not used to all of these little buttons and them wanting me to do all this weird shit. Can't I just fucking push a button like I used to back in the old days, 4 years ago when we all started this fucking journey? What the fuck is up with that? Yeah, so hi everybody. I'm trying not to be too loud right now because my roommates are still sleeping. So can you guys hear me all right? Let me know if you can. Yes, we have a new coffee mug. This was sent to me by Barbara from New Zealand, and I think it's appropriate, don't you? Thanks, guys. So, yeah, let's add this URL to other places so that people know where to find me. Because, yeah, it used to be that I could just, click on the damn button and go live. And now they want like an encoding service and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, could y'all do me a favor and quit switching shit around? Listening to my drive to New York to drop off my daughter's stuff for college. Oh, that's so sweet. What a sweet mama you are. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, so there's been a lot of stuff do you guys like the new glasses? Aren't they great? I can finally see. So yeah, I didn't have my own glasses for a long time because I just tossed them in my purse when I was going on a road trip, and they got scratched to shit. So I had to wait because, I'm on poor people insurance. I had to wait to get new glasses. So I spent 6 months with just readers, and I'm sorry, but those things fucking killed me. So yeah. Yeah, Jennifer, it might keep buffering because you're driving. So your internet stream is probably not the best on a road trip. So sorry, dear. Yeah, so, and Gabrielle, one of my most ardent supporters, one of my most loving fans, she sends me fan art all the time, which is just fucking amazing. I can't believe that anybody would actually make fan art of me. It's just so surreal. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Gabriella, and I love you, and mwah, and I hope that you have a really great day. I'm in bed on my phone listening to hubby snoring. Oh my God. If there is anything to be said for being single, it's that I no longer have to listen to my husband snoring. That, and I no longer have to share the bed, which is just fucking awesome. Although I do let Titus sleep with me because, he's just a giant teddy bear. Yeah. You can be part of my broke ass bitch club. What's hilarious about that, Jennifer, is YouTube automatically hid that comment because of the swear word. And I find it fucking hilarious that it would do that on my live stream of all people. Yeah, I'm actually doing okay on a lot of levels, guys. I know you guys worry about me because of the controversial topics that I handle and how many people I've pissed off in my life. Um, but I'm okay. I'm not exactly as great as I would like to be, but I'm okay. Um, I I'm actually living on the Taos Pueblo Reservation, if you can fucking believe it. It's really interesting. um, I do have family out here on the res. I do have family. I'm related to some of the families out here on the Pueblo, and my crazy ass fucking cat causing trouble. Um, so I'm working. I work for a local hotel, one of the higher end ones. I work front desk, and I've been going to school, and taking care of the kids. The kids are actually at their dad's this weekend, which is nice. I can do my homework without worrying. Um, Aw, thank you, Jennifer. I'm 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 about as happy as I can be at the moment with things being the way that they are. My living situation is interesting. I kind of inherited a roommate with the house, and so my husband is homeschooling the three younger kids for now because we tried the school here last year, and I was not impressed. The principal was shit. The teachers suck. They don't care about anything. They would rather point out bad behavior on the part of the kids and actually fucking do anything about it. And yeah, so we just decided, because I've only got another year or so before I go to law school, and in order for me to do that, I have to move to Albuquerque. I set my LSATs this fall, which is a little scary. So yeah, I'm going to be sitting my LSATs this fall, and I just yeah. So my oldest daughter lives with me during the week while she goes to school, because she goes to a pretty decent not they call it a charter school, but it's not really like a charter school. You get what I'm saying? It's like the school for the really fucking smart creative kids. And yeah, she got in, and I was like so excited because I was like, yes. And yeah, so she's super super excited to be there. And yeah, so far we like it. So far we really really like it. And the bonus is that her school's like right down the street from my house, from my work, you know. So it works out beautifully, because like I work on the fucking total other end of town from where I live. So it's been interesting. So yeah, Teresa, see, typically I would agree with you on a lot of levels, but see, my thought process on homeschooling is this. Our children, the way that the world works, it kind of is important for them to understand that you can't just do things at your own pace. I mean, that works if like your kid is super smart and just like always on top of shit, kind of like how I was when I was a kid. I didn't homeschool though. My mother would never have even attempted that. But for like the slower kids, they kind of need to learn how to keep pace, because that's just how the world is. That is it fair? No, but that's just how the world is. And I get pissed off with participation trophies too. I'm like, motherfucker, could we please stop rewarding me mediocrity? That's what's You want to talk about where all this fucking self-entitled bullshit comes from? It starts there. It starts with, well, every kid should be able to play if they want to. Well, every kid should fucking do tryouts and make the team or don't make the team. That's just how I feel about it, because that's how I was raised. Let's see. Hannah, I can relate. I've been separated for 2 years. It looks like you're doing all right. You're doing all the right things for yourself, and remember to make time for self-care. Oh, Hannah, honey. I'm lucky if I get time to take a shower. I mean, so I typically work the evening shift. Um, which I prefer. Morning shift does like a lot of the support role for evening shift. They prep everything for the check-ins and shit like that. And don't get me wrong, I see the importance of it, and it's wonderful. But the night shift, the check-ins, like that's it's fast paced, and like the fucking hotel that I work in, I have never seen it under 80% capacity ever, even in the middle of the week, which is really, really unusual for a hotel, and even in a fucking tourist town. And so it's kind of interesting. The hotel that I work in is actually celebrating its 90th year this year. It's one of the oldest hotels in Taos. And yeah, so it's like super, super popular. Like our restaurant is awesome. I've been basically most of my meals come from my fucking hotel. So I've lost a lot of weight because I'm eating a lot healthier now, because like our chef is just fucking amazing. And yeah, I could go on and on about my job. I love my job. I miss one of my coworkers. She transitioned to another position recently, and I miss her so fucking much. I miss her so, so much. And yeah, so it's been interesting. So but it's nice because, like, actually fucking earning a living and earning an okay living is nice. They could pay me more. They could pay everybody more, but that's Taos for you. Let's see. From Russia. Oh my God. Hey, Vladimir. Wow. From Russia. It's so funny because, I'm not the biggest fan of your prime minister. I'm just going to say that right off the bat. Putin's a douche nozzle, and I can say that because I'm an American. And if he doesn't like it, I dare him to fucking come out to the Wild West and see how I feel about it. Fucking clean his clock, man. Yeah, so I've been working on the David Thorne documentary. So here's what happened. Okay, I've been working on the David Thorne documentary. I've got so many hours of footage, and just trying to piece it all together into a coherent narrative is getting extremely difficult, because when you get down to it, oh, Deb, hi, Deb. Let's see. Why am I doing this when I've got class? Lars' daughter, hello from Sweden. Holy Christ. I don't know why I'm more popular outside of the US than I am in it, but maybe it's because I'm a female that speaks my mind. We seem to have a problem with that here in this fucking country. From Turkey. Wow. See, this is why I do my live streams at ass crack 30 in the morning, is so that all y'all motherfuckers from overseas at least have a fighting chance of taking part in it. Sonia from the Netherlands. Nice. Now, okay, here's my thing with the Netherlands. I get really confused. I went to American schools after all. But are the Netherlands and Norway any sort of related? Are they close to each other? I'm third generation. I'm 3 generations removed from Norway. My great grandfather Yart got on the boat with his family when he was a little boy. So Marie, I know. What's the color of the day today? Let me know. Close but different languages. Okay, I thought so. But like I said, I went to American schools, so it's a little different. From Michigan, holy shit. Little close to Wisconsin there. I'm sorry. The best part of waking up is Odin on your cup. This was a gift from a very dear friend and a fan from New Zealand. She sent me a couple of coffee mugs and a couple of goblets like this. And yeah, it's my favorite. I'm feeling very Rasputin today. Saskatchewan, Canada. Eh? Nice. It's so funny. I used to work for a diamond company, and I I did like the eBay for the diamond company, and I thought that the accent that everybody purports is Canadian was like an exaggeration until I got a call from Canada, and he's like, hey there, I was calling to ask about that there 3 carat round brilliant you got there, eh? And I was like, oh my god. It took every ounce of my acting experience to not laugh over the phone for the whole conversation. It was hilarious. Um, let's see. Hi from Wisconsin. Oh, Gloria. Peace be with you. Uh, Deb, it's a hot, sunny, late summer afternoon here, so I'm listening to this, drinking ice cold Stella Artois in the sun. I'm not a fan of alcohol. I have like a quarter of a bottle of pomegranate wine still sitting in my kitchen that's been sitting there for like a month. I don't drink. I don't drink. Born in New Zealand, Vanessa, live in Australia, lived in Phoenix, Arizona for a year. Damn, nice. Jennifer from Rhode Island, the biggest little state in the union. Melissa, good morning from Manitowoc. Nice. Spying for the other side. Yeah, so I've been working on the David Thorne case, and I'm really starting to get pissed on David's behalf. I mean, I've been pissed this whole time, and Sue, his wife, is just like the most amazing woman ever, and the most supportive woman I've ever known, and the most diehard, like, dude. If shit ever went sideways and I was fucked, I would want Sue in my corner, because that woman is a powerhouse, and her and David are like the truest sense of a team I've ever seen in my life. And they have been waiting so long for anybody to give a shit. And it's really kind of pissing me off that, I mean, like, I've made videos over and over again about how pissed off I am about how, like, nobody seems to give a shit about David. Everybody's so up the Avery asshole, and don't climb up my ass about that one either. But the fact of the matter is that David needs help now. And in order for him to get that help, we've tried everything. We've emailed Zellner a million one times. And I know people are getting pissed at me for how I'm feeling about Zellner, but here's the thing. Okay, here's my thing about that. Zellner, we've been emailing her for years. Sue started it, obviously. And, we've been, like, me and my team have been nailing her at least 3 times a week with emails every single day. And every single day we get the reply back, we're aware of David's case, but her caseload is just too full right now. And I understand that, until the Daniel Holtzclaw shit happened. Then I was like, wait a second, your caseload is over full until Daniel Holtzclaw needs your help? Well, what's the difference between Daniel Holtzclaw and David Thorne? Press coverage. That's the difference. And that's when I started to lose a little bit of respect for her, because I'm going to school to do this. I'm going to school to supplement what Kathleen cannot do. There is not a way in fucking hell that I would ever only take a case that's got heavy press coverage. That irritates me, because that seems to me like you're going after the cases that will boost your notoriety. And that's where I have the problem. And I'm sorry if that pisses anybody off, but you're not seeing it from my perspective, from the perspective of the wide-eyed law student, like, what the fuck. Let's see. I have an alcohol. I purchased a flavored vodka once to make some special drink. Never opened it. My mama had my daddy's bottle of Jack from when he retired from the Navy for years, just sitting, and she thought it was unopened for years. Turns out my older brothers and my sister got into it, or refilling it with water. Marie, I feel so sorry for David and Sue Thorne. What is it that we can do? What we can do is, okay, here's the thing, guys. I know that on the side here, or maybe it's on that side for you guys, is the little comments thing on the bottom, that you'll see a little money sign. That's a super chat. If you click on that and you're willing to donate some money, I'm trying to get a good. I had a website up for a while about his case file, but I'm just a mom. I can't afford to be setting up all these websites and uploading all this shit. I can't even afford most of the equipment, you know? And what I need to do is set up a good website for him, be able to pay the monthly fees, on top of my rent, my utilities, my this, that, my this, that, my this, that, my this, that, to put out the case file. Because if you guys could see what I'm seeing, you would be horrified. You would be horrified, but I can't afford the hosting. So if you guys want to donate and help out, I would really appreciate it. I also have a Patreon. I need help. We need help. And I've been really leery of asking for donations because of all the shit that went down with Clue TV and all of that other shit. But the fact of the matter is that I can't do this alone. Oh, Laura's daughter, you're so sweet. Oh my God. You're so sweet. Thank you so, so much. I'll get it set up this weekend. In between doing statistics homework, I'll get my team on it. Thank you. You are so sweet. That will definitely help so much. So what we need to do is we need to spread the word. We need to hammer as many attorneys as we can, because the attorney that they've got that was supposed to come from this fucking television show has done nothing in the 3 years that they've had this case file. It's fucking ridiculous. No, we're on the same side. I believe they're innocent 100%. It's, like I've said before, I don't know if Stephen Avery is innocent. I know Brendan Dassey is. Like, there's no way. I don't know if Stephen Avery is innocent. I lean very heavily towards his innocence because that's what the evidence tells me. But I don't know for sure. But it is what it is. So it's been interesting. Oh, Marie, you're so sweet. Oh my God. I just don't get what the Ohio Innocence Project is thinking with all the potential new evidence that's just sitting there waiting to have tests done on it. They never did any DNA testing at all. No, and let me tell you why that is. This is the hinky part, guys. This is why I'm doing this live chat, is because it's taking a while for me to get the documentary put together, and David needs help now. So in Ohio, there is a law that states that if there's a confession, they don't have to do the DNA analysis. But here's my issue with that. Joe's confession didn't fucking come for 3 to 4 months after the crime was committed. Why was DNA testing not started? Why was the order not put in for the evidence to be tested before Joe's confession? What the fuck is that? You let evidence sit for 4 months? For what? Why? God. So that's really like the big thing there. And there is all of this evidence, presumably, still sitting there. And the Ohio Innocence Project has rejected him 3 times. Okay. There's one letter. The other 2 times they rejected him over the phone. There is one letter from the last rejection on the www.wcodt.org website, and you can read it, and it's just fucking stupid. It is the stupidest shit. And I have put it on on Twitter. I've put the letter up on Twitter. I'll keep putting it up because it's just ridiculous. And the Ohio Innocence Project refuses to help David in any capacity, and I don't understand it. And it's really driving me crazy. It's driving Sue crazy. We don't know what the hell to do. Okay, Vincent Garzone, I'm not going to allow that. I'm not going to allow that comment. Come back when you grow up. Click, click, deleted. Vanessa, have you contacted press to cover David? I have called, I have emailed, I have I've called people out on Twitter. I've done everything that I can think of. But I'm just one person. This is why I keep needing you guys on board, is because did you see what we did? We scared the crap out of Wisconsin. We continue to scare the shit out of them. If we could have those even close, even a quarter of those numbers climbing up fucking Alliance PD's ass, showing support for David, imagine what we could do. This is why I keep trying to rally you guys. I'm like, come on. Avery and Dassey are fine. They have legal representation. Their representation is busting their ass 24 hours a day for them. And they're fine. They're going to be okay. Okay? I'm not saying don't keep the pressure on Manitowoc by all means, but David needs the help now. It's his turn. He needs help. And the only way I can give him the kind of help that he needs is by bringing my fans with me, bringing my people with me, and saying, come on, guys, let's push. Okay? And I need you behind me on this. Tweet about it. Spread the word. Spread the posts. Spread the case file. Spread the website. Do whatever you can. Push David like you've been pushing Avery. That's what I need you to do. Because if we can do it in mass like we did with Avery, imagine the change that we could enact. Wasn't there supposed to be a TV show about David's case? Yes, there was, and they've done nothing with it. And that's why I'm climbing up their ass now. Marie, I never saw the TV show about David's case either. I keep looking for it. They haven't released it. They've done nothing with it. Deb, did they ever investigate who Jeremy was? Not by the case file. They focused in on David from day one. Melissa, I was trying to look the David Thorne case too, and I've only found a video clip or two about it, though. I do have some videos about it. And Melissa, I'm going to go ahead and give you the website now. Gabrielle. Hi, Gabrielle. Hi, Gabby, honey. I don't know if you missed it, but I told you happy birthday. So happy birthday, my love. I hope you have the greatest birthday ever. I really, really do. And thank you so much for all of your support. You are the best. I love you to death. Vanessa, which press agencies could we contact help? All of them. All of them. All of them. Every last fucking one. Deb, this is another case of police cover-up just as heinous as the Avery Dassey case. Deb, it's worse. It's worse than the Avery Dassey case, and I will tell you why. Sip of coffee. So this is why the David Thorne case is worse than the Avery case. At least in the Avery case, they made a half-ass attempt to make it look legit. They planted evidence and whatnot. There's no evidence planting. There's nothing tying David to this crime. But they somehow managed to twist the narrative with absolutely no evidentiary support whatsoever ever for their claims, and they somehow managed to convict him. When you start going through the case file, once I get the website up and running, you'll see that, and it's fucking goddamn ridiculous. And like I said, see, the thing is that making this documentary has been really hard, because really the only cameras I have are the one that I'm currently on, my computer, which is a very nice gaming computer, but it's not exactly portable, and this, my LG Stylo 4. And awesome though my little strap is, it's not conducive for producing a fucking documentary. I need a camera, but I can't afford one because I'm a broke bitch. So it's been really difficult, and this is why I keep trying to push my Patreon account, is because I get about $30 a month in donations, and I've been using that to try and purchase case files, or at least as much of a case file as I can get for $30 a month. not just on this case either, on the Nathan Riom case, the Scott Davis case, the Jermaine Scott case. And I've had people get up my ass about, oh, you're only talking about white boys, with the exception of Jermaine Scott. It's just, there's 90,000 wrongfully convicted prisoners in this country. I can't possibly know them all, Cupcake. I wish I could. I wish I could do more than I already am, but I can't. At least not until I've got my law license. And believe me, once I have my license and I start my firm, I want my attorneys to be willing to take on wrongful convictions pro bono, because this needs to happen. Let's see, got a lot more comments here, guys. Sonia, there are so many wrongfully convicted in your country. There really is. The old number used to be 20,000. In one of my recent classes, we learned that the number is actually closer to 90,000 wrongfully convicted inmates in this country. And that's just this country. That's not even overseas. That's this country alone. That's fucking scary, guys. Patty. I love you, Patty. Hi. You need someone to help you with it. I desperately need people to help me with this documentary. I am a fish out of water between trying to do school and take care of the kids and work my job and learn how to be a fucking documentarian. I mean, come on, guys. There's only so much I can do. I know I make it look easy, but come on. It's driving me crazy. Hi, Simon. I shot a music video on. Well, Patty, help me out here. Share your Patreon link. Well, fine then. .com/mama peanut. Got me all doing shit and whatnot. Jeebus. Okay, let's see. There you go, guys. There's my Patreon link. Kimberly. Hey, Kim. Mwah, darling. Karen. Hi, Karen. Ayasha. Am I saying that right? Ayasha? I'm better than I should be, if I'm fucking honest. Film schools. There's not a whole lot of film schools in New Mexico. There's really only just the ones down in Albuquerque, and right now I'm in Taos, so it's kind of difficult. Yes, Miss Patty, I see you. Give me a shout later on Facebook. Sean, you cannot win the war on your own. Take on the battles you can handle and fight your best fight. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. But, when even the battles I'm fighting alone, it's really difficult. And that's why I keep trying to rally y'all. I need your help. David needs your help. Patty, let's get David and Stephen and Brendan out. Oh, honey, there's so many. It breaks my fucking heart. The Nathan Riom case. Oh my God, we're going to get into that a little bit later, but Jesus fuck. How do we know which wrongful cases to follow? It bothers me. There may be folk that we'll never know about. There is. And you know what? They just executed one in Texas. They just executed an innocent man. They proved him innocent, but for whatever reason, the courts not only would not fucking release him, but they fucking executed him. Like, that horrifies me. I bawled like a goddamn baby that day because I didn't know about him. I couldn't help him. It kills me. I realize I'm just one woman, but it kills me when I think of the people sitting there thinking in a cell like David and they're screaming their truth. They're screaming the truth. And nobody is listening. How lonely and frightening and just terrifying is that? It breaks my heart, and I need your help. If we donated to your Patreon account, is there a way to get a monthly reminder? I don't know, Marie. I think there is. I think there is. If you need a website, let me know. Vanessa, get a hold of me. Find me on Facebook. I need you. Kim, thank you, sweet pea. It's only because I got up early and did my makeup. Rosie, morning from Wisconsin. Oh, yeah, that's all I gotta say. Good morning, my love. There's so many. The ones that die in prison are the saddest stories ever. It fucking kills me. It kills me. Getting to law school has been the longest journey I have ever undertaken in my life, and that includes parenting. Because at least with parenting, I've got the visual evidence. You know, my kids get bigger, they get more articulate, you know, yada yada. So I get the physical evidence that I'm making a difference. With this, you know, I'm in my last year of undergrad right now, and it's kicking my ass, kids. Statistics is kicking the shit out of me. Let's see. Damien Eccles was saved off of death row. Very true. And Damien is by far one of those people that I admire. He's a hero of mine. I have not had the pleasure of speaking to him. I would love to. I would love to go to New York and meet him. Just because his case is what got me started on this. And actually, the person who got me started on that case was a very good friend of mine, Neil. And you know, you can thank them for my obsession with wrongful convictions, because it kills me that there are people out there who have the thing that I want desperately, that I'm working so hard towards. People like Kratz that have their law degrees and they're wiping their ass with it. It angers me, because I cannot imagine going into a more noble profession as law and getting more stuck on the money than you are on the truth. I don't understand that. If I ever get like that, y'all have my full permission to smack the shit out of me. Just form a line and clock me one at a time until my ass is dead. Set up a PayPal or donations tab on your site too. Yeah, well, there is a tab, there is a PayPal, free David Thorne at Gmail, I believe. But I've been posting it everywhere, for David. That's run by his wife, Sue, and he needs all the help he can get. Kimberly, I know people are listening, but that's all they're doing is listening. They're not acting, and I can't be the only one acting. Val's Variety Venue. Oh, wow. So nice to see you. I used to watch all your videos. I loved the "Oh, folks, you look great. I know how hard school is as an adult." Dude, right now I'm pulling down a B in statistics, which is hard fought for and hard won, but I've got A's in my other two classes. So, you know, Kaylee, I don't know if it will do much, but a lot of the big YouTubers that I watch, I've put in a request for each one to cover the David Thorne case. Thank you so much, Kaylee. Thank you. Thank you. And see, here's the thing. So, Erico's, Richard McAdams, Richard. Anyway, you know, he started covering the Scott Davis case, and some people wanted to try and like stir up some controversy between me and him. I don't give a shit. I'm actually really fucking glad that he started covering the Scott Davis case. And I really wish he would pick up the David Thorne case, because I don't care how the information gets out there. I don't care who is saying it. I just care the information gets out there. Do you see what I'm saying? I would love it if more of the YouTubers that cover the Avery case, covered the David Thorne case, covered the Scott Davis case, covered the Nathan Ream case, covered the Jermaine Scott case, on down the line. We need everybody to make at least one video about this case, just one. And imagine what that would do. That would populate the hell out of YouTube. I encourage any of you that has seen what I do and thought to yourself, well, gee, I see something that she doesn't see. Make a fucking video. Make a YouTube channel, please. I don't care. It's not about competition with me. It never has been. You know, Laura, for fuck's sake, I wish I wish y'all could have seen that. My kitten, Merlin, just tried to jump up on one of my big speakers, but there was a notebook kind of hanging off of it. Took him down. Fucking hilarious. Oh my God. Oh, I love that cat. Kaylee, Damien took an Alfred though. Yes, he did. And you know, he did because he was going to die. I don't judge him at all. We need to help get his and Jesse and Jason, we need to get all of them exonerated, because the Alfred plea got them released, but it didn't clear their name. And they're not even trying to look for the fucking true killer. It's bullshit. Rosie, I wish I had the ability physically, mentally, and financially to go to law school. Everyone always tells me I should have been a lawyer. I should just get my paralegal degree and come do research for you. Seriously. But you know, I'm taking out student loans. I'm probably going to end up having to take donations just to complete my law degree. But by hook or by crook, I'm getting that fucking law degree. I don't care if I have to fucking beg, borrow, and steal to get my law degree, because that's the only way that I'm going to be able to help these people as much as they deserve to be helped. They need legal representation. I'm just a talking head at this point, and it pisses me off, because I want so badly to be able to tell them, you know what, I'll take your fucking case. And I make a promise to every person whose case I take on. I've made this promise to David. I've made this promise to Scott. I've made this promise to Nathan. I've made this promise to Jermaine. I've made this promise to every single person that I cover. If you are still in prison when I get my law degree, I will take your case on pro bono. That is a promise that I hope I never have to keep. Not because I don't want to keep it, but because that means that they are in prison that much longer. And that fucking scares me. They should not be having to wait for their lawyer to go through law school. They just shouldn't. People should care now. Meep, how long until you get your law license? I'm in my last year of undergrad. Then I have to go through law school. Then I have to take the bar. So we're looking at 4 to 5 years on the outside of me getting my law degree and my license. So, Val, you can do it. I used to always say another hoop jumped through every time I finished something. One day, one assignment at a time. I know. I'm trying. Julie, good morning, Julie. Marie, I got my degree when I was a single mom too. I remember thinking I wouldn't pass statistics as well. Actually, there was at least one class every semester that I thought I couldn't get through. You know, the funny thing is that usually there's at least one class I can bullshit my way through. This semester it's Society and the Media. It's a great class. It's a wonderful class, and it really gets you thinking. But, you know, for somebody like me, you know, I go through the media every single day. So like being able to do the work, it's not that difficult for me. Statistics is the one kicking my ass, and it's because I suck at math. I'm terrible at math. I'm horrible at it. Unless it applies to something I can comprehend the need for, which is probably why I'm not doing as shit in it as I thought I would be, but still. Sonia, make a video and give it to Netflix for free. I've been trying. Netflix. Don't even get me started. But they're putting a center now, a Netflix studios in Albuquerque. So maybe I'll just go bang on their door. Susan. Oh, hi, Susan. Yes. this whole live feed is to try and drum up as much support for David as possible. So everybody, I would like you to say hello to Sue, David's wife. She's here, and I'm so excited to have her here. I love her to death. She is absolutely one of the most amazing women I've ever had the privilege to know. And, I know that I've let her and David down over the years, because my personal struggles or my struggles with school, I've kind of dropped off and not done a whole lot. But it doesn't mean that I'm not backing him up. I'm not pushing him at every opportunity that I can find when I'm not, dead. But they need support now. Now. They desperately need it and they deserve it. David has been in prison for 20 years for something that he didn't do, for something that there is no conceivable way that he did. And it's bullshit. And the clock is ticking because Joe Wilkes, who claims he committed the actual murder, is going to get out soon. I'm not sure how soon, but I know that he's going to get out and David's not. And when he gets out, there is no longer any onus for him to own up to what he did, which is lie. So help. Kimberly, oh guys, thank you so much for supporting her. Tyrena, what website are you looking at? I know, Sue. And I'm going to continue to be here until David comes home. On the day he walks out of that prison, I will be there to shake his hand. Come hell or high fucking water. I don't care what I have to do. I will hitchhike to fucking Ohio if I have to. Thank you, Susan. And this is why I love it when you come to my live feeds, is because you add in information that I mean, guys, when I say this woman is a powerhouse, I fucking mean it. She has a war room. She has a whole room dedicated to this case. I would love to have something like that. And she has been researching this case. She knows this case backwards and forwards and upside down and sideways and spiral. And, anytime I need information or anytime I have a question, I know I can hit her up, and she's like on it every fucking day. Like, I've never had to wait for an answer from her. She always gives it immediately. And it's phenomenal. And yet it is heartbreaking because there is no reason why anyone should have to learn the legal system like she's had to learn the legal system. It's just not fair. It's just not fair. I wake up every single morning in my bed, mattress on the floor though it is. And I get up and I get to make my own coffee, and I get to take my own shower, and I get to take as long in the shower as I want, or as long as my schedule allows. I get to get in a car and drive to work and do my work day and bandy about with my coworkers and order my meals from my hotel restaurant and come home, and I get to do all of these things. And when I was married, I got to do them all with my husband. And Sue and David have never had that. They've never had the ability to wake up in the morning and look at each other like it's just another day and get up and make their coffee and have coffee together and start their day. That is bullshit. It is utter bullshit. And it is my constant quest to try and help as much as I can make that a reality, because they deserve it. When I say that Manitowoc at least made a half-ass attempt to make it look legit, I mean that. They planted evidence. They leaned on witnesses. They manufactured narratives. In the David Thorne case, they didn't do that. I mean, it was just pure incompetence from beginning to end. One of the detectives stepped in blood, stepped on the carpet with his bloody shoe, and then documented his own shoe print as evidence. This is pure incompetence that has led to 20 years of David's life being stolen. And that is just wrong. It's just fundamentally wrong. and he gets out, I'll send you a ticket. No, you will not. You are going to save that money and we are going to fucking throw one humdinger of a hootenanny to celebrate his release, man. Karen, Casey has worked tirelessly to raise awareness for David. I'm in Ireland and I'm pissed about it. Well, I don't know about tirelessly. I mean, I really wish that I had done that. It is my constant quest to do more. And that's why this live feed is I finally had a fucking day off where I could focus and take care of business. And it's been crazy. And I wanted, because every time I do a live stream, and every live stream that I've done that I've said is going to be focused on David, never focuses on David. Everybody comes in and wants to talk about the Avery case, and that pisses me off because I'm like, no, we're not talking about Avery right now. We're talking about David. Lynn, I don't know about that. I'm just a person. I'm just a person. The amazing human being is Susan. You know, the fact that she has pushed for so long is just, you know, almost 20 years this woman has been pushing. What is it, Sue? Like you got involved pretty much from the start. So yeah, 20 years you've been pushing this. And that's just insane to me. It's insane. But it's the truth. And that's like the most amazing thing ever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Upon conviction, you got involved. Absolutely. And that's why I push as much as I do. I try to nail the DA that prosecuted him as much as I can, because that fucking twat. Oh my God. She deserves it. She's a judge now. She's a judge. I will never get over that. Vlad, no. A dollar wouldn't even get you a smile from me, let alone me taking off my shirt. And you need to grow the hell up. That's not going to happen. But thanks for playing. Kim, I talk to anyone who will listen about David Thorne. I'm Canadian. I still tell everyone, thank you so much, Kim. You have no idea. Every action of getting his name out there is a positive step. Vanessa, we should all here tonight bombard Kathleen Zellner's Twitter to take David's case. Please do. Please nail her with it. Nail her with the website. Nail her with everything. Give it all you've got, because I'm sorry. I feel for Daniel Holtzclaw. I do. But he's got a lot of press coverage. David has nothing. David needs our help. Daniel already has Kathleen Zellner in his corner. David needs the help. You have no idea. In fact, there's a very famous criminologist, Brent Turvey, who actually has included David's case in one of his books, and he calls it the textbook example of how not to conduct an investigation. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Hey, Hazel, how you doing, baby? Mouse, courts in Ohio are a bitch. Getting anything appealed is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's not just Ohio, Mouse. The fact of the matter is that that's everywhere. Appellate work is extremely difficult. The wheels of justice are slow anyway, but you add in trying to overturn. No judge likes to have their fucking cases overturned. It goes against their record. So they are going to fight tooth and fucking nail, but that's okay. We're up to the challenge. Rosie, I will be doing my David Thorne case research tonight. You know, and I have the entire case file, and that was very difficult to come by, but I have it. And, like I said, I've just been trying to get a hosting website, getting it together so that it can hold this size of a case file. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous how big this case file is. And, as soon as I'm off here, I'm going to do some homework. Vanessa, if you can get a hold of me so we can get started on that. We need to get this together, and we need to start showing. We need to publish the case file online like it was done for Stephen Avery, and that way people can see the truth, because it's insane. I've been trying to find a coroner that would be willing to go on camera with me about the autopsy report, because that in and of itself is just a bombshell. And I can say it all I want, but I don't have the credentials. I need somebody credentialed that's willing to appear on camera or over the phone or something. For the documentary. That's what I've been working on, is trying to find somebody who's willing to appear on a documentary about this case so that we can show just how fucked this really is. Rosie, where's the best place to look? I would start with www.wcodt.org. That's got a lot of stuff on it. Gabrielle, that's the scary part. I will never move to Ohio or Wisconsin. I hate to say it, but every state in the union is just as bad as the last one, to be quite honest, when it comes to criminal justice. Every single state has got at least one wrongful conviction. Every state has their making a murderer. In fact, I was thinking that might not be such a bad idea for a TV show as, making a murderer New Mexico, making a murderer California, because there's at least one in every single state. Kim, wait till you get into David's case. I've just looked at it briefly and not near as much as Casey. It is crazy. David had nothing to do with this murder. You want to know what David's actually convicted on? He's not convicted on the murder itself. He's convicted in conspiracy. He got life in prison without parole for conspiracy, for contracting Joe Wilkes to commit this murder. You want to know the price that they say he paid Joe Wilkes to commit this murder? The princely motherfucking sum of $300. That's what they say he paid Joe Wilkes to murder Yvonne Lane. Isn't that fucking insane? Hazel, can't wait for David Thorne case file so I can read the case from the start. You have no idea. It is so bad. It is so bad. Susan, Google David Thorne, Yvonne Lane. It's all there. Facebook, the wrongful conviction of David Thorne. Thank you, Sue. New to this case, who was murdered and how did David get convicted? Okay, Deborah. So Yvonne Lane is the victim. Let's get some fresh coffee. Because it's going to take a minute, y'all. Okay. So, allergies are just kicking my ass, yo. All this pollen and whatnot. So, Yvonne Lane is the victim in the David Thorne case. Now, her and David Thorne actually had a relationship years prior to the murder. And she had just recently informed him that they had a child. So David was super excited. He was very happy to be a father, and then she turned up dead. And for whatever fucking reason, Alliance PD, well, I know why Alliance PD didn't want to really look into this case. Yvonne Lane, and I'm sorry to say this because she does have children, but Yvonne Lane was a known prostitute, and a good portion of her client list included officers from Alliance Police Department. So there's a very real possibility that they were trying to protect their own, but you see what I'm saying? So let's see. Rosie, yeah, $300. And the only reason why it was $300 was that was the last big withdrawal from his account in December. The murder took place in late March, early April. This sucks. It can happen to anyone. Can happen to me. Imagine living your life in a cell for something you did not do. It's fucking terrifying, and it happens every fucking day. Kimberly, Ayasha, I live in Ohio and the judicial system here is scary. They have an eerie sense of convicting innocent people, ruin reputations and families. I've witnessed people having to be forced to plead guilty. I don't doubt it. That's actually a typical law strategy on the part of DAs is they'll do something called stacking the charges. So for one crime, they will stack so many charges. You know, say you broke and entered into somebody's house, they will have breaking and entering, tampering with evidence, menacing, trespassing, and they do this so that they can tell you in the plea bargain discussions, if you will plead guilty to this, we'll drop the rest of these charges. They're trying to make it sound like it's a good deal, but 9 times out of 10, it's not. Sonia, someone should pitch the networks in the USA for a wrongful conviction channel so all of them can get airtime. I love that idea. I would so be behind that. Mouse, I don't know about other states. I just know Ohio sucks. I'm not sure how you charge someone with murder with no evidence. You'd be fucking surprised. It happens all the time. Hazel, glad you said that. Deborah, I didn't like to ask. She was a police officer's favorite, unfortunately, and she was, and it is unfortunate because from what I understand, Yvonne Lane was a single mom, and she'd done some really stupid shit in her past, but it looked to me like she was really trying to figure it out and figure out how to not only be a good mom, but to be better than she was at the time of her death. And it seems to me that she was just trying to get out of, this situation that she found herself in. And she got killed. And it's bullshit. It's absolute utter bullshit. Mouse, my sister-in-law is in Ohio serving 13 years for armed robbery when she never had a gun. How in the actual fuck is that? See, and here's the thing. With a lot of these wrongful convictions, you'll find that they take place a lot in like the more rural areas. And I'm convinced that one of the things that leads to these wrongful convictions is that these murders happen because 9 times out of 10, it's a murder. These murders happen in these rural areas that have never really dealt with a murder like this before. So all of a sudden there's like all this pressure on them from the public. And these police departments have no idea what happened or how to even investigate it. And so they kind of botch the shit out of it. I'm convinced that a lot of times their heart is in the right place, just their brains need to wake the fuck up. Deborah, how was she killed? Her throat was slit. Now, here's the thing about that. I actually did a video on the death wound itself. And you can go into my channel. I've got a David Thorne playlist with all the videos. But so her throat was slit. According to Joe Wilkes' confession, they were sitting on the couch. She was to his right, and he reached over, grabbed her by the hair, pulled her head back, and slit her throat. The problem is that would only cut about here. Her wound started 1.5 inches below the left ear and terminated at 2.5 inches below the left ear. Yeah, I said that right. In fact, the wound itself nicked her 5th cervical vertebra. So this was a all the way around it wound that killed her. There's no way that it occurred with them sitting on the fucking couch. Mouse, there was a blackout and a woman said she robbed her with a gun. No clue, but that's Ohio. The judge told her he was going to make an example of her. Oh, I hope that's in the court transcripts. That's a lovely piece of evidence for the civil rights violation. Ayasha, Ohio police is known for taking drugs like marijuana, toss it out the window so they could charge you with something worse. Oh, I'm sure of it, but it happens everywhere. It's not just Ohio, sadly. Mouse, I feel so bad for David. He got screwed. No evidence against equals must be him. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they contracted with a known drug dealer. That the police made a deal with a known drug dealer to implicate Joe Wilkes so that Joe Wilkes would implicate David. I don't know if the killer was left-handed, but Kim, the way that the wound is, and if you read the autopsy report, you'll see what I'm talking about. But I don't know if the killer was left-handed, but it seems like that to me. And it also seems that the killer was shorter than Yvonne Lane, and Yvonne Lane was not tall. I think she was like 5'1", and there were no hesitation marks on the wound. There was no like, pulling. It seemed to me that this was one broad stroke, so that suggests a fair amount of upper body strength. Because, when you're going into the neck, okay, you've got these muscles on either side of the neck, the sternomastoid muscles. This is what keeps your giant 8-pound head nice and settled on the top of your vertebrae, right? You've also got the trachea and all of this right here, which is nothing but cartilage, which is very difficult to cut through. So being able to pull through all of that in one broad stroke with a non-serrated knife, because there was no serration on the wound, requires a fair amount of upper body strength. Julie, what wasn't the cut made deeper than the knife blade? They never found the true murder weapon. They never proved which knife they found was the murder weapon. Kim, fucking tell me about it. Of course it's important. The crime scene was apparently a great place for an officer to take his date. Yes, it wasn't just the officer, M. It was the fucking chief of police. I like to call him Chief Don Juan. Took a fucking date to the goddamn crime scene. This woman is standing over a dead woman. No booty covers. Nothing. Compromising the scene. Rosie, did she have defensive wounds? No, she did not. Kimberly, yes, and yes, it is actually very hard to slice somebody. It is. So, if you look at the crime scene photos, which we have, you will note several odd little things. One of which is that she was dressed in white shorts, but there's no human waste on these shorts. In fact, the shorts, they say they're blood soaked in the autopsy report, but when you look at them, they were not blood soaked. There was like a little bit of blood on the waistband of these shorts. There's no urine, there's no fecal matter, there's nothing on these shorts, which leads me to believe that she was redressed after the murder. I could be wrong. That's speculation on my part, but it's fucking hinky as fuck. Lars' daughter, but it must have happened at her table, right, where all the blood was. Actually, it happened at the sliding glass door. There's arterial spray on the sliding glass door. There was very little blood actually found on the table. Deborah, oh my God, this chief sounds like Kratz with his date of the more. For real. He must have fucking taken some notes or some shit. Rosie, how about toxicology? Toxicology was never run. Marie, I might have misunderstood. Did you say you think the killer was shorter than her? Yes, I did. And the reason why I say that is because a taller killer would pull up, a shorter killer pulls down. Her wound began at 1.5 inches below the right ear and terminates at 2.5 inches below the left. Kimberly, she did not die when she was cut. She must have gotten up. Nope, not possible. Not with that kind of a wound. There's no evidence of her walking. There's no evidence of her movement after, no movement under her own steam after the cut. If you look at the crime scene photographs, which you will have the opportunity to once I'm able to put up this website, you will see that there's no movement under her own steam. And personally, it looks to me like there were 2 people involved in moving her body. Marie, were there short suspects? That's hard to say because they never really compiled a fucking suspect list. Hazel, I was thinking too that the killer was short. Rosie, what can they exhume the body or was she cremated? She was buried. Could have been a woman that killed her. Interesting question, Gloria. David Thorne's girlfriend at the time of the murder was fucking nuts. She even asked David's sister if she knew how much it cost to bump someone off. And apparently she's fucking nuts. Mouse. It was someone she knew, not David, but I think she knew who did it. Oh, of course. There were even 2 different types of cigarettes found in her ashtray. Ayasha, David was nowhere near the crime scene at the time. No, he was not. He was actually at a like a kickboxing class. Like he was into basically MMA. And in fact, there is even proof of such. Rosie, apparently $300 to bump someone off there. Oh my God. For real. What kind of bargain basement fucking hitman does the job for $300? And according to Joe Wilkes, that $300 was spent on a hotel room and equipment to do the job. So where's his payment? Marie, oh yes, a woman would have been a good route to investigate. And yet they never did. And here's the thing. When she was found, and once the police were involved in everything, her mother called David's grandfather to come and pick up his son. And but then later she says that, or later in the police report, the officer states that she had said that Yvonne and David had issues. If you believe that David could possibly be the one to kill your daughter, why the fuck would you send your grandchild with him? Bullshit! I call bullshit. Marie, Deborah, so why didn't his alibi hold up? Because Joe Wilkes said that David paid him to do it, and that that was so that David could establish an alibi. That's why. Ayasha, did they find a connection between the murder and David? So don't know this. The thing is that I don't believe that they found the real fucking murderer at all in the first place. Mouse, was there any research done into the police that worked the case? If she was a pro, it could have been a cop. That's what we've been saying. In fact, they even pulled a cop off of vacation to come and work the crime scene. He picked up one piece of evidence. You want to know what that piece of evidence was? An empty condom wrapper. What the fuck? Kim, okay, I'm just going to say it. I still believe she for sure knew her killer and he is Hispanic. It could be. Meep. Yeah, this is all sounding fucked up. You have no idea. We're not even scratching the surface. We've just kind of started rubbing it. Vanessa, if she was drugged, would she have passed excrement when passing? Anybody would, for the most part. Yeah, and in fact, during her autopsy report, it is noted that her lower intestine is empty, as was her bladder. Deb, there was a cop who's now no longer a cop. Go figure. Yeah. I'm going to say his name starts with a Q. I can't remember. Sue, can you throw that up? Deborah, oh, so they're saying this is a murder for hire. Yes, David is not actually convicted for the murder itself. He is convicted on conspiracy. The person that they say actually killed her is going to get out soon. Marie, by the way, wasn't David's counsel consistently drunk? Yes, David's lawyer during the course of the trial was showing up to court drunk. Unfortunately, he's dead now. Or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Rosie, was condom wrapper tested for DNA? Nothing was tested for DNA. Nothing was tested. Mouse. So there's an officer taking condom wrapper and another who comes to work this scene with a date because that's not fishy at all. Ayasha, yeah, this is confusing. This sounds like a hot mess. So sloppy. Thank you for speaking out on this. Piqued my interest even more. I'm glad I piqued your interest because if I can pique even just one more person's interest, that's one more person talking about this case. And it just sort of snowballs from there. And, you know, Sue, I hope you tell David that, apparently this has been, I gotta say, kids, this has been the most focused live I've done on David's case ever. Everybody always wants to talk about making a murder. And, this has been really nice to have all of this focus on David and on his case. It's been amazing. And I thank you guys so much for all of it, for even, wanting to delve as deep as you can into this. And I thank everybody so far who's done donations to help me get the website up and running. If there's any left over, I'll put that towards a better camera for the documentary. And anything left over after that, like when you donate to me, I don't just, spend it willy-nilly. I spend it on what I need it for, to get these cases further out there. And if I have any left over, I donate to the defense funds, because that's not my money. That's for them. It's for their case. So, again, little $ down below at the bottom for a super chat if you want to donate. Just understand that every fucking penny will go towards what you are donating it to. Not to me, not to my family. I've got them fine. It's for the cases. Good morning, dear. Let's see. Catching up. Hold on. Y'all are moving too fast for myself over here. Let's see. How has he not gotten a new trial based on his drunk attorney? I wish I could fucking tell you. I really do. So has he been through all of his post-conviction appeals? All of them at the state level. How far has his appeal gone so far? He's exhausted all of his state level appeals. We now have to go federal. Eva. Hi, Eva. Casey, in my experience, when someone's throat is slit, they usually do not die right away. Are we sure she did not get up? That crime scene was tampered with. It was tampered with, but I can almost guarantee you that she did not get up. Not under her own steam. Sonia, poor David. Don't know a lot about this case, but after this live, I will research. Oh, thank you. And we're going to make damn sure that you've got a lot to research. Marie, shouldn't David get a retrial solely based on his drunk attorney? God, how I fucking wish he could. Susan, Quentin Artis harassed her, but John Leach picked up the condom wrapper. Quentin went to prison for raping a child. That should tell you the caliber of fucking police that Alliance PD has. Vanessa, I've noticed in other cases when police have done something illegal, they put them into early retirement. Yeah, it's that fucking thin blue line. Mike, I look forward to your documentary. I do too. So that it's finally done, and David's case is out there. Oh, y'all are seeing a little bit of my roommate there. I think most of us know the details pretty well. It's just hard to know what to do about it. Talk about it as much as you can, everywhere you can. Twitter, Facebook, the whole 9 yards. Behave yourself. She gets her on Tinder. Don't mind my little roommate over here, my little bastard child, the little abortion that got away. Oh, you can't say shit like that. We live in a post. You can't say shit. Oh, no. I can say whatever I like on my channel. My fans love me. The sugar is on the counter on this side, to your left. Meet crowdfunding for the documentary or GoFundMe. This is why I have a Patreon, is so you guys can donate if you like. And I've thrown up the Patreon link before. Let me see if I can do it again. There you go. Yeah, I'm accepting all donations. Jennifer, me neither. I'm going to also do some research and then go to some YouTubers to also look into this. Thank you, Jennifer. I fucking appreciate the ever-loving shit out of you. Julie, I read that a planted knife was found in a storm grate with a 3.5-inch blade, no blood on it, but the wound was 4 inches deep. It is possible the weight of the head pulling back could cause the knife to go deeper. There's a whole forensic thing on it. I do my best, but my degree's in criminal psychology, not so much in forensics. Kimberly, please, everyone donate to Casey. I can tell everyone I have donated to Casey and she uses the money wisely. Thank you so much, Kim. Mwah. Mouse, is there a way to bypass the court system and go to the Supreme Court based just on him not having the right representation? I wish I could tell you, but post-appellate work is not my specialty. My specialty lies in the actual criminal investigation itself and also in the original trial and how that is supposed to go down. When it comes to appellate work, I'm fucking clueless. I'm assuming I'll learn that shit in law school. Karen. Edward Kemper said, hold on. When he slit his victim's throat, some would remain upright and spin around. I suppose that would depend, but we're talking about a 5'1" woman who weighed maybe 98 pounds, soaking wet with rocks in her pockets and a good meal in her belly. And that there's an interesting point about that. Don't let me forget about that one, about her weight. Mouse, is the Innocence Project helping with his case? No, they've rejected him 3 times. Jennifer, maybe Mind Shock, throw them this case because I know YouTubers then take it from there. Yeah, by all means, if you can push this in front of them, I'd super fucking appreciate it. Deb, it had to be someone she knew. Her dog was too calm even though she had puppies to protect. The little boy was neat and clean and shoes tied. And here's the thing about her son that was roaming the house. This is the creepy part about the case, kids. 4 of her 5 children were home at the time of the murder. According to the autopsy, the murder happened at 7 p.m. on March 31st. She was not found until noon the next day. So this child was roaming the house with his dead mother, but when he was found roaming the house. He was clean. He had fresh clothes and his shoes were tied, but he was autistic. There was no way he could do these things for himself, which means the killer must have stuck around and taken care of the children. The neighbors didn't even talk about any of the kids being heard crying or anything, and one of them was a very young child. So the fact that there was no reports from the neighbors that they heard the children crying, the fact that this child was found clean tells me that the killer was in the house up until the body was found. Talk about fucking creepy, right? That's like some shit from a horror movie. Y'all are going too fast. Slow down. Let's see. Gloria, I will definitely be looking into it as well. Thank you so much. Patty. Federal is where shit finally happens. Damn fucking Skippy. And we want this shit in front of the fucking Supreme Court, god damn it. Lawrence, hi Casey, thank you for all your great work. Hope the documentary works out. I'll be contributing. The truth needs to get out there. Thank you so much, Lawrence. At the bottom of the comment section, you'll see a little $sign. You can actually donate there as well. It'll go directly into my bank account so that I could fucking get the website started today. If you want. If not, my Patreon is up as well. Rosie, I'm interested in the cop called off vacation for no reason but one piece of evidence. That's stinky. You're fucking telling me. And he is all over this fucking investigation, and he is just a slime. Just, ugh. Kim, yes, I'm going to ask Mind Shock to look at this case. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate it so much. Mouse, Avery only got the notoriety because of Netflix. If all of us YouTubers posted and shared everywhere, it would help. Who needs Netflix when you have hatchlings? Fuck yes. You know what? I think I'm going to design a new hoodie, and it's going to say Hatchling Nation on the back. Shut up. My roommate is not nearly as impressed with me as you all are, so he tends to be kind of a dick. We filed for insufficient assistance of counsel, denied. That motion should be somewhere in the case file. I'll look it up. There's got to be a loophole on there somewhere. Karen, if that's her height and weight, yeah, she probably hit the decks quickly. Well, here's the thing, Karen. Yvonne Lane was typically weighing in at 98 pounds. At the time of her autopsy, and in her autopsy report, she's reported as weighing in at 120 pounds minus all her blood. But she typically weighed 98? Excuse me? Baking powder? How the fuck did that happen? I have a theory. Deborah, he needs to get back in front of the state court. He doesn't have a chance in federal court, unfortunately, thanks to Clinton. I don't know, Deborah. I don't know. Patty, what is the Innocence Project's reason for rejecting him 3 times? Go to www.wcodt.org. They have the last rejection letter from the Ohio Innocence Project. You are going to shit your pants. Rosie, I love your descriptions of stuff. Keeps me watching and laughing through such a horrible subject. Thanks for that. That's actually done on purpose. My thought process is that this is a very dry subject on a lot of levels. And if I can make you laugh, I can keep you entertained. If I can keep you entertained, I can keep you watching. If I can keep you watching, I can piss you off. And if I can piss you off, that's where the change happens. I love you. Have a good day. Mwah.
Way too often.
Because pissed off people write letters. Pissed off people call governors. Pissed off people sign petitions. Pissed off people donate.
Unless you live where we live, in which case we cut people.
Go to work. The fucking peanut gallery. Karen, a male killer is less likely to stick around. Sounds more like a woman. Mm-hmm. Vanessa, what's the Innocence Project's reasoning not to take his case? Read the letter. That's all I gotta say. It's on the wrongful conviction of davidthorne.org website, wcodt.org. Kimberly, Patty, the Innocence Project said that no DNA evidence to help David. That's why. Which is funny because there's never been any testing and there's plenty of DNA. Jennifer, wait, all her 5 kids were home. No, 4 of her 5 children were home. Mouse, this whole case pisses me off. I feel so heavy-hearted for David and Susan. David got screwed without a chance. Nothing of this case makes any sense or adds up. You ain't just whistling Dixie. Susan, they said David was never accused of being at the scene, so his DNA wouldn't be there. But Joe Wilkes should be, and that would support his narrative. So why won't they test the DNA? Mouse, how the hell can nothing of you be found at a crime scene, but you're in prison for the murder? Because, Mouse, he actually is not convicted of the murder. He's convicted of conspiracy. Rosie, could she have been pregnant? Ding! Fucking ding! Because in the autopsy report, you know how they do it, like, with the lungs, they'll say, like, lungs weigh X amount, the external mucosa strips easily. There is no description of her fucking reproductive organs. All it says is ovaries, fallopian tubes, and uterus appear unremarkable. From a woman who's had 5 children and multiple abortions? Really? Karen. Loud must have been magic blood. When she lost all her blood, she put weight on. For real. Marie, so the theory is she was murdered because she was pregnant. Wonder who got her pregnant. Probably one of them fucking PD officers. Gloria, Casey, keep doing what you're doing. We need you. Tyrena. No idea what you're saying there, babe. So, yeah. So and see, this is where things get lost. I'm not entirely sure what the hell, how the hell, who the hell. I don't get it. And the fact of the matter is that nobody else fucking gets it either. And this is bullshit. David needs our help. David needs our help now. And for everybody that climbs up my ass about making my videos that say making a murderer and then I make it about the David Thorne case, it's because it seems to me that nobody gives a shit unless there is fame involved. Let's see. Rosie, that might be where the extra weight comes from. That's what I think. And because she was buried, exhuming her body would prove or disprove it. Don't you think? Nathan, hello, just got here. Hi, Nathan. Mwah, thanks for joining, babe. Mouse, I want to say a man did it, but since the kids were okay and the one who was found was clean and dressed, I'm leaning towards a woman, especially if it was someone who was jealous. I have a theory that it was actually two people involved. When you look at the crime scene photos and you look at the placement of the body, there's a transfer stain on the interior right thigh. A transfer stain that looks like she was carried, and it looks like a transfer pattern from some cloth. The only way that I can think of that would happen would be if two people were carrying her. Karen, when Shannon Watts died, her body expelled her baby, which adds to no fecal matter, no urine, no uterine matter. That also is possible, but also none of that was found at the scene, which leads me to believe that it was cleaned up. But if she was not too far along in her pregnancy, the baby might not have expelled. The coffin birth doesn't always happen. Nathan, who is David? David Thorne. We are discussing the David Thorne case today. By the way, withdrawing $300 in December isn't unusual. He could have used it to pay bills, purchase Christmas gifts. So they're saying his $300 withdrawal led to a March murder. Exactly. Exactly. David Thorne's case is mind-boggling, very confusing, and like a board game. Fucking right. Millbilly, hello. Hi, honey. Thanks for joining. How does federal help? EDPA would prevent relief, wouldn't it? You would think so, but the beautiful thing is that the way that our justice system is constructed is EDPA would prevent some relief depending. But in this particular case, I don't see how SCOTUS could prevent hearing this case based off of EDPA. Do you see what I'm saying? It's early, babe. I've only had 1.5 cups of coffee. I'm working on it. Mouse, so maybe a cop and his date. Maybe. Vanessa, I'm thinking a cop got her pregnant. She was going to tell his wife. He kills her. A cop probably wouldn't leave kids in distress. Very true. Very true. But if you look at the crime scene, no cop would have staged a crime scene like this. It was amateur hour. You could tell. Rosie, exhume body. That's what I say. But in order to exhume the body, David needs legal representation that'll actually fucking do something, as opposed to the fucking bullshit law firm that Rob Shapiro fucking gave him. Jesus, next. So fucking leave. Why do you fucking feel the need to say that you're gonna leave? Fuck off. Nobody fucking wants you here. Nobody, just fuck off. Also, a cop wouldn't be scared to hang around ensuring kids are okay. Exactly. Because if he were found, he could say, oh, well, you know, I was responding to a disturbance in the area. I found this. I was just about to call it in. You know, this is what you get, kids, when you do live streams. You get the fucking trolls and the dipshits. And yeah, it's a lot of bullshit. It's kind of crappy. Just resetting a password here, kids. Don't bust my ass. Update that. Move over here. Do the thing. Hey. Let's see. This case is like a real life Clue game. For real. It's fucking scary. Millbilly, I haven't heard of you, but if you would like to look into the David Thorne case, I'd thoroughly, him and his wife seriously need help. So please, by all means, I will give you anything you need. Anything. How old are the kids? Wouldn't one of the kids say if there was someone in the house? They were all very young. The one child that was found roaming the house is autistic. And so his testimony would be called into question. Kim, Casey, can I ask some questions about David Thorne case? Are we allowed to ask you? Of course. Fucking ask me whatever you want. I don't give a shit. please ask me questions. I would be happy to answer anything that y'all want to know. Okay, I totally lied. My Patreon is at $23 per month. I don't even get $30. But yeah, no. In fact, Susan, can you put up the donation PayPal for David's defense fund, please? I would really appreciate it, and so would everybody else. Kimberly, who has David's son now? David's son is over 18. So he has himself. And he does visit David. He does. They have something of a relationship, which is really fucking awesome. It's just really fucking sad that this child's mother was taken from him, and then his father was as well. It's just utter bullshit. And can I ask about the family of Yvonne? Ask away, by all fucking means. I will tell you everything that I know. But yeah, so this has been a lot. It's been a lot. I mean, you know, when all is said and done, the fact of the matter is that, you know, it is what it is. And we need to bring David home. We need to do everything that we can to help him come home. Mouse. So if he hired someone for it to do it, wouldn't there be more evidence like phone records or anything other than $300? You would think. You would think. But remember, this case took place in 1999. So cell phones were not really a big thing back then. You know, a lot of us were still using VHS tapes. A lot of us still had the flip phones. You know, Joe Wilkes didn't own a cell phone. So, you know, there's a lot that would preclude the buildup of that kind of evidence, which is what made it easier for them to do what they did. Deborah. So he supposedly paid someone $300 to murder her, and that man implicated David. What proof did the hitman have that David set him up? Nothing. Really, nothing. That's it. That there was nothing. Kimberly, did Yvonne's family think David had anything to do with this? What are their thoughts? They didn't at first. And that's evidenced by the fact that Yvonne Lane's mother called David to come and get his son. It was only after she'd been talking with the police for a while that all of a sudden there was problems with David. Hazel, Nokia phones. Yes, but Joe Wilkes didn't even own one of those. He was a broke fucking junkie kid with no job. He didn't have anything. He was fucking couch surfing because he was a piece of shit then, and he's a piece of shit now. Fuck Joe Wilkes. Mouse, couldn't police get phone records from landlines? If Joe Wilkes had a set home, yes, but he didn't. Kim, and what was the connection of Joe and David? Friends, they were acquaintances. Joe had actually lied about David about a year prior to the murder with regards to a fight that they were in. Joe Wilkes kicked in a window on a car, and then he lied and said David did it, and David took the rap. Meep, sorry if I'm behind, but is there a link between the hitman and David? A very tenuous one. They were acquaintances. Mouse, if you hire someone to murder someone, there's usually some type of paper trail to show something went down. Yeah, there usually is. There isn't in this case. Karen, what sort of background has Joe Wilkes come from? White trash. Ayasha, not unless if it's verbal, but there still would have to be some kind of a trail of some kind. It's not possible. Katie Morris, purple hair? No, it's red. Adjust your settings. Yes, Kimberly, Joe has a history of blaming David for shit. Why did Joe have it out for David? Joe didn't really have it out for David. Joe had it out for Joe. Joe only cares about himself. So he doesn't care who he has to hurt in order for him to not get hurt. Do you see what I'm saying? Hold on. So there's really literally no link between Joe and David. Oh, good Lord. Everybody and their damn sister. Kate Morris, Alpha, Kenny Body? Not understanding you, dear. Kimberly, so do you think that Joe was actually at the murder? I'm not sure he was. No, I don't think he was. And I think that's why they didn't test the DNA evidence. Pamela, Casey, where have you been all my life? Right here, babe. Tyrena, so Joe did kill her but blamed David. I don't think Joe did, to be quite honest. I don't think he did. Karen, tell us more about David's grandfather saying no interview without attorney and shift in police attitude. When Yvonne Lane originally was found, before David was even implicated, Joe's grandfather hired him an attorney. This attorney, I guess, faxed a fucking letter to the fucking police saying he won't do an interview without an attorney. And that just, set the wheels in motion for bullshit. Joe's grandfather, or I'm sorry, not Joe's grandfather, David's grandfather fucked him over from the word go on everything. And then proceeded, once David was convicted, to spend all of David's money that he had saved up over the years on just shit that he wanted. So yeah, all the way around it, Joe's grandfather was just a piece, or not Joe. David's grandfather was a piece of shit, and I don't care who doesn't like that I said that. Mouse, is it possible that whoever killed her to get back at David and had nothing to do with her? It's possible, but not likely. Personally, I feel that David's girlfriend at the time, Amy, had something to do with it out of jealousy. She was the kind of crazy bitch. She bought her own engagement ring and told everybody her and David were getting married, and he never even asked her. Thank you, Katie. Ayasha, why did Joe admit to something that he didn't do? Why did Brendan? Why did Jesse miss Kelly Jr.? Joe Wilkes has a low IQ, and he was grilled for days, for a long time. And we've seen false confessions before. It's not an unusual occurrence. Has Joe appealed his conviction? Not that I'm aware of. And if he has, he hasn't really had the resources to do so. Vanessa, the Cameron Willingham case was similar. The jail cellmate got a reduction in his sentence by prosecutor if he said that Cameron told him he killed his kids. Could Joe have been pressured too? I believe so. Okay, Katie. Kimberly, I'm leaning towards a false confession by Wilkes. That's where I'm coming from there. Yeah, see, here's the thing with the Reed technique, which, by the way, the U.S. is the only country that still uses the Reed technique. This is the technique used by detectives when they're questioning suspects. Every other country uses what's called a cognitive interview, and they have been proven to be more accurate and more reliable, but the U.S. still uses the Reed technique. When it is used on someone with a developmental disability or anything of that nature, it is proven to elicit false confessions. And I believe that that is what's happened in this case, as well as so many others. A good majority of false or wrongful convictions involve a false confession. Oh, yeah, Ayasha. Absolutely. He was fucking pressured like fuck. Mouse, yeah, I don't like the Amy chick. She's all kinds of suspect, but even with her, I would see it as not getting back at David, but just getting David to herself. That's pretty much it. I see it as her being jealous because, Yvonne Lane was gorgeous. She was just absolutely gorgeous. They had a son together, so there was history. The chances of David and Yvonne continuing a relationship were very high, and Amy was very possessive. Karen, how come Joe will be released before David? Because he copped a plea. That's why. Eva, you're a power woman case. I don't know about that. I'm just pissed off. Kimberly, that's right, Casey. Canada does not use the Reed technique anymore. It is just, and even Reed has said, even the developer of the fucking technique has said that it's faulty. And yet, for whatever reason, we insist on using it. Kind of like the fucking Second Amendment. Oh, yeah, I fucking said it. So, when it all when it's all said and done, the fact of the matter is that there is a need for help in the David Thorne case. So the fact of the matter is that he needs help. And I've been trying to push it. I've been trying to, get everybody to look at this case. And for whatever reason, nobody wants to hear me. Vanessa, how long has Joe been in prison? Joe only got 10 years. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure on that. Eva, who made the WCODT website? I could help make it newer. I have no idea. And his wife, Sue, has nothing. She doesn't have anything to do with the website itself. Kimberly, David's girlfriend, Amy, would still need someone else to help her kill Yvonne. Someone Yvonne knew. Yvonne would not let Amy in for coffee. I'm trying to connect the dots. You and me both. I've been for 3 fucking years. I've been trying to connect these dots. Eva, get on it. Oh, fantastic. Eva, get a hold of me. You can email me at mamaphoenix@outlook.com, MAMA, Phoenix@outlook.com. Let's get this shit together, shall we? Mouse, was Amy heavily looked into? Nobody was looked into but David. Sonia, we don't have false confessions without evidence in the Netherlands. I'm very glad about it. That's because you don't use the read technique. Okay, thank you, Susan. Joe has 30 to life with the possibility of parole. So, yeah, it's absolute fucking insanity. And, I've gone over this case file so many times, and I've been going through the trial transcripts, albeit slowly, but I've been going through it. And it's just unreal. I have a hard time understanding how this country is so advanced on so many levels, and yet somehow this shit still keeps happening. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It makes absolutely no fucking sense. For this to happen, it shows how fundamentally wrong our justice system is. Mouse, okay, if she was a pro, it may have been known. Possible Amy had someone good go see her for fun, but had him kill her, and Amy helped and took care of the kids. It is very possible, and it was known. In fact, I really hate to speak ill of the dead, and I really hate to speak ill of a murder victim. But my thing with that is this. Yvonne was known for sleeping with married men and then calling them and saying that she was pregnant and she needed money for an abortion, or she would tell their wife, and that's how she would extort money out of people. So she was in a very high risk lifestyle. It's not our job to prove who killed her. It is our job to prove that it wasn't David and that he had nothing to do with this. It is our job to prove that Joe didn't, by extension, although fuck Joe. Joe likes to extort people, and he still does it even though he's in prison. So fuck Joe. But unfortunately, we kind of have to take him along for the ride. Kimberly, let's try and get a new website for David right now to bring awareness. Can anyone on here help Sue with that? Thank you, Kimberly. And yes, we're working on that. How old was David when the murder happened? He was 26, according to Sue. New website, give donation links, and let us share the shit out of it. Fuck yes. Get a hold of me. I need you. Vanessa, Susan, one of us should be able to help you with a new site. We'll talk to Casey. Thank you guys so much for taking such an active interest in this case. Like right now, I could seriously start crying because it's been so long. It's been so long that I've been working on this case and I've been trying to push it, and just to have this outpouring of support all at once is so gratifying. It's so nice to see that, even if I made only a little bit, 50 people's worth of difference, that there is difference being made. And that just renews my drive and my want to keep pushing as hard as I fucking can. And I hope it's doing the same for Sue, because this is amazing. And I know that Sue's gonna fucking talk to David today, and I'm so glad that she'll be able to tell him all about this conversation and all about this live feed, and give him some hope. And we also have David's address, so you can write to him if you would like to. I can put that up on my fan page. I mean, David he is seriously the most amazing person I've ever had the privilege to speak with. I haven't spoken to him on the phone. We used to write letters to each other. He got a little disheartened with me a couple years ago when my life imploded and I kind of dropped off the map for a while. And I don't blame him at all, at all, at all, at all. But I know that he would love to receive mail in support of him and to show him. So, yes, I will put up his mailing address again. I will share it on Twitter. I will share it on my Facebook page. Please write to him. He deserves all the good things in the world. Him and Sue deserve everything. They really, really do. Let's see, Mouse. Well, shit. Just talking about it and the evidence shows David didn't do it. The legal system is so ass backwards. For real. For real. It's fucking insane. Hazel, please keep making videos about David to keep him in the limelight. I haven't been making a whole lot of videos about David because I've been working on the documentary, but I suck at this and I'm kind of out of my depth. I need help and equipment and software and all kinds of neat shit. And I'm a broke bitch, hence the fucking super chat link on the bottom here. If anybody wants to donate to help me be able to finish the documentary, I would severely appreciate it. Just click that little $sign. You can donate to me. And all of that money will be used for the documentary and the website and pushing David's case. None of it goes to me. I work a full-time job. For fuck's sake, my family's fine. I just need help paying for this shit. Your people are hardcore, Casey. We're always here, even if not vocal all the time. Well, get vocal! My voice is going raw from all the vocality. Ayasha, you and Susan have my support. I will start talking about it and challenging minds about the case. It is a start, and every inch that we gain is one step closer. Kim, I will help any way I can. I am a nurse and can help with the medical aspect of the case if anyone wants to use my knowledge. I will talk to you about the autopsy report after this. Vanessa, I won't charge anything for it. If my websites are suitable, there will be no charge. I love you so much, Vanessa. Thank you so much for everything. The first thing we're taught at law school is the law is an ass. I have not made it into a law school classroom just yet, but I'm sure that will be said on my first day. Susan, David's disheartened, but not towards you. Well, that's why we're here, Sue, is to give him some hope. Because I can't imagine being in that cell and not even having hope. And that's why we're here, is to give him and you hope. I'll be goddamned if he goes quietly into that good night. Fuck that. I will keep shouting as long as I have breath in my body. As long as he's in prison, I'm talking about it. Deborah, how many years did David get? He got life without possibility of parole. Hazel, you do not suck at it or I wouldn't be here. You're great. Well, yeah, doing the videos, yeah, I'm great. But doing a documentary, that's a whole different animal, baby. That's a whole different ball of wax. Mouse, I wish I had money and wasn't a broke bitch too. I'd pour money into this case if I could. You and me both, man. Like I try as much as I can, but family expenses and whatnot. Hazel, I've shared this video already on Facebook on the murder groups. Thank you, Hazel. Thank you so much. Kimberly, David Thorne will be free. I hope you're right, babe. I really do. Mouse, Susan, you can tell David there are many people that support him and know his case and knows how completely messed up it all is. I hope that if nothing else, I wanted to do this chat for several reasons, not the least of which being I wanted you guys to see me. I wanted you to know I have not gone away. I've just been super busy. But I wanted to do this live chat mainly to push David's case. It's his turn. It's his turn now for notoriety and publicity and everything. And it all starts at the ground and we build up. And in order for us to build up, there has to be a conversation. And I've said it before on this feed and I'll say it again. I have been pushing this case for 3-4 years now. And the fact of the matter is that as much as I've pushed it, nobody wants to hear it. This is the first live feed I've done on David's case where the conversation is centered on David. And nobody's really asked me about the Avery Dassey case. Nobody's asked me about any of the other cases I've been working. It's all been about David. And this is the first time that that's ever been a thing. And I am so excited. I'm so happy. And I'm so overwhelmed and overcome with this outpouring of support for David. And I hope to God that when he hears about this from Sue, and he will, that it lifts him up even just a little bit. Because to live without hope is not a life. They won't even let him take part. He loves dogs. They will not let him take part in the prisoner dog training program because they don't see the point in him learning anything if he's never going to get out. I mean, they're not even letting him do small things to lift up his day. This is bullshit. Vanessa, not an angel, just a human being as all of you, just one person helping any way I can. We can all help in our own way. I don't know, Vanessa. Right now, your wings are, I can see them from here, babe. Absolutely, Susan. We do know and we do care. Really will try to help more. Sonia, thank you, Casey. Don't thank me, man. I've been pushing this shit for years. I don't know why all of a sudden this has really become an explosive thing. I really hope we can keep this momentum going. I'm desperate to keep the momentum on David's case going, and I will do whatever the hell I can to keep that momentum going. Oh, you so deserve that.
Yeah, I thought I was holding it the other way.
Yeah, you thought you were being a smartass.
Oh, yeah.
Pay no attention to the little shithead in the background. Oh, you're so sweet. It's okay. You don't have to.
McDonald's sucks anyway.
Well, we really shouldn't be eating that crap. I'll admit about our fat kid combos, yo. So my roommate and I, one of the reasons we get along so well is we're both fat kids and we absolutely love eating. And so we have a fat kid combo that we order at every fucking restaurant that we go to. At McDonald's, it's 2 quarter pounders with cheese and a 20-piece McNugget. And that's our fat kid combo from Mickey D's. We're terrible. We're horrible people. But yeah, and he's an interesting little person himself. He does a lot of gaming, and he used to do live streams of his gaming. I really wish he would do it some more because he actually had some really good momentum going on that. Mouse, well, Avery has the help and attention he needs. David doesn't have the luxury of Netflix, sadly. David's case is much worse than Avery's. Oh, yes, you ain't just whistling Dixie there, Mouse. It's fucking insanity. Kimberly, it is David's turn for the spotlight, people. Damn fucking straight. Thank you. Sonia, thank you for bringing awareness. This is important. Can I move in? Camp Rafuki is closed. We've had so many fucking refugees come through this house. It's not even fucking funny. Kim, I would not say that David's case is worse than Avery's. It's just as important as Avery's, and that's the truth. I don't know, Kim. Avery's case, at least there was planted evidence to support the narrative. in David's case, there's no evidence. There's nothing. There's nothing to support the narrative that the prosecution used. So in my opinion, it's much worse because this shows that they can convict your ass even without any fucking evidence, which is just nuts. Mouse, I said his case is worse because there's no evidence against David. At least Manitowoc, or however you spell it, tried to produce evidence. There you go. Thank you, Mouse. Took the words right out of my mouth. Delicious. Yeah.
Well, they're not gonna like anything that's said over this thing.
He's about to start playing games, kids. So you're about to start hearing a lot of cussing. Karen, can we send him gifts? I live in Belfast. I'll bombard him with Titanic stuff. I don't know. You'll have to talk to Sue about that. I think there's rules that are involved. Sue would know all of that shit. Gloria, what they did to Brendan was especially terrible. It was, but Brendan has legal representation now. He's in as good of a place as a wrongfully convicted person can be. David has no one. He has a law firm, but they've done shit on the fucking case. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And he needs all the help that we can give him. He really does. And I don't understand why nobody wants to really see what's happening. Can you link some? Oh yeah, sure, Jennifer, no problem. Here, I'm sending you to the best website that I have currently on that. It's I just put it up. It's wcodt.org. It's got a lot of information about the case, but it doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. Vanessa, following that, Millbilly, you are really doing an amazing amount of work for Stephen. If you can help with David, would be great. I would love it if Millbilly would be willing to do anything to push the David Thorne case. Anything. Kimberly, can we contribute to David's canteen? Casey and Sue. Sue says he can have books or magazines from publishers only. Kim, talk to Sue about where to send anything or how to do that. But I believe so. I believe there's a way to donate to his books. Mouse, if you want to send him gifts, just stock up the money in his commissary. Let him snack like a king while he's waiting for something to happen. Damn straight! Let him have all the Twinkies in the world. Gloria, thank you for coming. And thank you so much for your support. Please promote David as much as you can. Umut Baikal, you're going to have to translate yourself into English, dear. I'm not that fucking intelligent. Cat from New York. Usually Jay pays how you get the money on commissary. Thank you so much. Don't feel bad, Sue. Depending on what device you're watching this on, I can totally understand all of that. Oh, you crack me up. Karen, we talk about the lack of action on some cases in Ireland. There's a hierarchy of victimhood where it's the higher profile cases that excel. It's the same thing here, to be quite honest. Unless you can somehow manage to get somebody to promote your case, nobody gives a shit about you. And it's bullshit. I care about each and every person that comes to me for help, that asks for help. I care so much. And it's driving me crazy because this is all I can do for them right now. And I can barely do that because I'm so busy with school and with work and with the kids. I want nothing more than to just be able to tell them, yes, I will take your case. But I can't because I don't have a license yet. Shut up. Kim, yes, you can. You can send letters to David. In fact, there was a while there where I was having people send him postcards from wherever they are so that he can see how far his support goes. And so if you want to send him a postcard, please, by all means, send him postcards. Umut, I'm trying to say you're beautiful. I hope that that's actually true, because according to M, you said something naughty. Mouse, where's Kim Kardashian West when someone really needs her? Can everyone just flood her and see if she can help? I don't even like the Kardashians, but if she can help, I would love it. I would absolutely love it. Kat, yes, David Thorne is who we're talking about today. And you can I've been putting up the website for him. I'm gonna keep putting it up just because, until we get his case file website up and running, this is the best place to look for stuff like that. I have some videos on my channel. I have a playlist, the David Thorne playlist. So by all means, please, look those up when we're done here, because he needs everything that we can give him, and he deserves everything that we can give him. I'm not being rude, I promise. So, the fact of the matter is, let's see. Karen says postcards. I'll send him postcards about the Titanic. Absolutely. Send him whatever you can. He needs to see how far his support reaches. He needs to see that there are people all over the world who know his name. Maybe that'll help him feel a little bit better. Maybe not. Who knows? But at least it'll be because we tried. So many people. God damn, I'm very rarely this popular. What the fuck? Yeah, Susan added David Thorne's mailing address there on the feed. If you guys would like to. Hazel, Northern Ireland. Fuck yes. Fellow Celt. Damn Skippy. Because I'll be goddamned if David goes quietly into that good night. We are going to shout his name from the fucking rooftops if we have to. Millbilly, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, seriously, like I will Skype with you to give you any information you need. Just get a hold of me, and I have the case file. I'm happy to share it with you. I don't care. Just get the fucking information out there, please. Please. Kim, okay, question again. Sorry for so many. Don't apologize for asking questions, child. Okay, let's do a rally for David Thorne. I'm down. Let's do a rally. I'm a fire dancer. I'll bring my fire dancing crew. We'll fucking dance the night away for David. He needs all the help we can get. If we can do a rally, oh my fucking God, I would be there in a New York minute.
I will bring my ceremonial wardrobe.
Okay, so I live on the res, right? My roommate is a 23-year-old native boy. And he does the stoic Indian voice so fucking well. He says he'll bring his ceremonial war drum. I refuse to go anywhere near Wisconsin or Ohio without my Native American bodyguard.
Indian is politically incorrect, you fucking snowflake.
Oh, but you can call me a snowflake.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself with your goddamn peace pipe.
No, thank you.
I see 2 Facebook pages. Are they authentic and run by supporters? Give me the URLs and I'll be able to tell you. Vanessa, yes. Millbilly, I cannot even begin to tell you how like verklempt I am right now. I'm like super excited. Pop the names of the Facebook pages up here. Kim, I'm serious. Who can I talk to about a rally? I am in. Who else wants to join me? I am so down. I am so fucking down. I will beg, borrow, and steal to get to that rally. Seriously, please. Let's get this together, kids. Karen, is your roommate good looking? For a 23-year-old native boy, yeah, he's quite the good looking young man, if I do say so myself. Digipep. I know. I'm so excited to have Millbilly on board. Like I'm kvetching. I'm kvetching. I can't even begin to tell y'all. Like I'm so excited to have somebody else see this and be willing to do videos and be willing to do anything with regards to David's case. Like I seriously want to cry right now. I'm so excited. Mouse sharing his case on Twitter, and yes, I also hashtag making murder because let's face it, that'll get the post looked at. Exactly, and I do that all the time, and people get so pissed at me. I'm like, fuck you. You know, Avery's got Kathleen Zellner, Dassey's got Laura Nyrider and her team. Why? Like they're in the best possible place that a wrongfully convicted inmate can be in right now, and for whatever reason, people want to get pissed off that I want the same thing for David. You know, everybody's on this Daniel Holtzclaw bandwagon. And don't get me wrong. I feel for him. I do. But again, he's in the best possible place a wrongfully convicted person can be in. Why can't we get more support from them? Kvelling, whatever. I love you, Patty. Kim, I got another thought. Can I make up a t-shirt for David Thorne? Would that be okay? You can, although there already are t-shirts. You can actually purchase them from Sue, David's wife. I have the link on my Facebook page. I'll share it again this afternoon after we're done here. You can buy their t-shirts are $20. Wristbands are $10. I need to order another wristband because my granddaughter decided that she loved it as her teething ring. So she supports David too. Cutest little tiny supporter on the fucking planet. Fans from Turkey. Why are all the great? Fucking send me some good coffee. Send me some baklava. It really does. And every rally that I go to, because I go to a lot of political rallies, I wear it because I want people at the rally to see it, get interested in it, start Googling it. I promise you the Turkish guys are nothing to do with me. I wasn't blaming you, but now that you mention it, there you go. There's a screenshot. No, absolutely. And see, you know, when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of the case, I mean, for fuck's sake, we have a witness who saw someone leaving her home the morning her body was discovered with a trash bag, and that was never followed up. We have a witness, an eyewitness, who watched someone walk out of her house with a black trash bag, and the police never looked into it. For fuck's sake, they went to a goddamn psychic. And even the psychic told them that their department was dirty. Hello from Switzerland, Casey. Love you. Can you please leave this video posted because I missed the beginning? Of course, absolutely. I leave all my live feeds up. I mean, the fact of the matter is, kids, is that, you know, David's a good guy. And David somehow has managed to keep his sense of humor and just this incredible smile and this amazing attitude through all of this, through all these people fucking him over, through, you know, the attorney, the post-conviction attorney that, you know, wanted she wanted to date him, and when she found out that he was married to Sue, she dropped him like a hot potato. And somehow that's not considered conflict of interest. That's not considered, you know, a good enough reason to strike any work that she had done on the case. I mean, there was just, and then she married a woman. Go figure. You know, just there's so much wrong that's been done to David, and no one seems to care. And I'm not understanding how that's possible. Mouse, I have no doubt in my mind that David had nothing to do with the case directly or indirectly. Absolutely. And I think I'm so glad that you said that. Kim, Casey, so can you explain at what stage David's case is at and where can he go from here if he had a good lawyer? Does the lawyer need to dissect the case from the ground up? That's probably the only way that this would actually happen. And while he does currently have, in name only, legal representation, They have done nothing with it in the 3 years that they've had it, and it's fucking ridiculous. Hazel, click the subscribe button so you will get notified of the videos and you'll see all of them. Thank you, Hazel. Vanessa, has Susan tried to talk to the eyewitness? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm honest on that one. I would presume so. I would presume so. You know what? I'm going to reshare this on YouTube. I mean, I was only going to go for a couple of hours this morning, guys, but it looks like we're going to be going for a little bit longer. There, let's see if that brings anybody in. Let's see. Susan says that she has tried talking to the eyewitness. Did the eyewitness say if it was a male or female they saw? He said it was a male. Karen, sorry, it's kicked off here. The neighbors are arguing. The other one's pissed, and my dog is crying. Don't you love dogs? Susan, he signed an affidavit and testified at the post-conviction hearing. Vanessa, did you find out anything new about the description of the person seen? He did sign, apparently he did sign an affidavit. He did testify at the post-conviction hearing, but for whatever reason that he hasn't been released, and nobody followed up on this, which is like boggling the hell out of my mind. Go figs. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. This whole thing is just absolute insanity. Let's see. So, yeah, thanks to the very generous donations that I received this morning, I can at least pay for the website hosting. So Vanessa, we should probably get together on that. My dog is being a whimpering jackass. I gotta tell you, kids, the fact of the matter is this, is David, there's no way that David had anything to do with this. And the fact that he's still sitting in prison for this is just mind-boggling to me. I don't understand it. I don't understand how this could happen. I don't understand, why it's so difficult getting a coroner to talk to me on camera about the autopsy report. I don't understand why nobody wants to help. The fact remains that there is an innocent man sitting in prison for 20 years. This marks his 20th year of being imprisoned for a murder he had absolutely nothing to do with. He missed seeing his child grow up. This poor child, his mother was murdered and his father was imprisoned for that murder. I mean, Yvonne Lane, God rest her soul, but she was a known prostitute. Her boyfriend was abusive. He was in prison at the time, but that doesn't mean that he was a known drug dealer. I mean, that doesn't mean that he couldn't have arranged for her to get killed. I mean, there were so many high-risk factors that really the ex-boyfriend, like, I don't understand how no actual fucking suspect list was ever developed. I mean, it's just absolute insanity. Kimberly, so why is his case stalled with the lawyers? I'm not getting it. They are lazy and just don't want to deal with it. Can he fire them? The lawyer was attached to the TV show, no lawyer. So yeah, and actually, Kim, in the United States, I don't know how this works in Canada, but in the United States, you have the right to fire your lawyer, whether they are pro bono or not. Whether you're paying them or not, you can fire them and get new representation. Jennifer, what about the Freedom of Information Act? We can use that, and I would really like to use that. This is part of the reason why I'm fundraising. So again, if you guys want to click on that little $ down below, donate anything you can. I would love to get an official copy of the case file and compare it to the case file that I'm already in possession of and see, you know, how those stack up. You see what I'm saying? So if you guys, even if it's like $2, I would love it if you guys could help me on that journey. Deborah, did he have a court-appointed lawyer? At which point? He's had so many. Hazel, where was David at the time of the murder? Did he have an alibi? He had a rock solid alibi. He was at a basically like an MMA fighting class in another county. Susan Thorne says that for the trial, he paid $100,000 for his drunk attorney. Proof that you don't always get what you paid for. Nadia, why white women smell better than all? What the fuck? Get the fuck off my channel. Go away. Kimberly. Casey, I wonder if you can talk to the coroner that was not allowed on in the Avery case. She may talk to you about another case. You may get some info. I would love to. I would absolutely love to. You know what, Nadia, you are irritating the crap out of me. I'm going to report you. I don't do this racist shit on my channel. You can take that and go blow it out your fat ass. Again, keep your hate speech off my fucking channel. And while you're at it, get a fucking education.
Potatoes have feelings.
That's not counting my idiot fucking roommate. Kat, love your glasses. Where did you get them? If you can believe it, these are like poor people glasses, dude. I have poor people medical insurance. I got them just at Eye Associates here in New Mexico. Chris, nice to have you here, Chris. Great to see you. We'll contact you tomorrow, Casey. It's 2 a.m. here. I'm going to be tired tomorrow, but worth it. Susan, we will try to help you and David. Tell David people care. Thank you, Vanessa. Mwah! I love you so much. I love you so, so much. Thanks, guys, for reporting that bullshit. I'm putting you in timeout, Nadia. You need to grow the fuck up.
Send them to the basement.
Where, to my personal Indian burial ground?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do when I get back home. Thank you, Jennifer. Deborah, Susan, so sorry to both of you to pay that much to have someone screw you over when it's like, yeah, it was fucking ridiculous. Meep, 2:20 here in Australia on Monday morning, but this is so worth it. You're a godsend, Casey. Oh, honey, I try to host these as early as I can so that y'all can fucking take part in it. And I feel bad when you tell me that you're up late watching me. For God's sake, get some sleep. There's no way I would go into work. Well, that's bullshit. The last couple of days, like the last 2 morning shifts that I did, I went in with 4 fucking hours of sleep under my belt. It's absolutely unreal. Self-employed. Oh, well, fuck you then. Kat, is there an ombudsman that can help David or the ACLU or Commission of Prisoners? I don't know. I mean, we're trying to look into anything and everything possible. It's fucking scary. It scares me how much help there should be and how much help there isn't. It's absolutely insane.
I'm pausing it. I'll pause it right at the beginning. I paused that too.
Just trying to make sure that this fucking stupid bitch gets the hell out of here. Let's see. Kim, I set an alarm for this and did not take a shift at the hospital today just to watch you. Oh my God, Kim, you're insane. Kat, maybe set up a GoFundMe for lawyers firm. Unfortunately, GoFundMe does not allow you to take donations for legal representation. So his wife, Sue, has a PayPal set up for his defense fund. And I believe, Sue, if I'm correct, it's freedavidthorne@gmail.com, I think. Let me double check that. Let me go to my thingy. I've got
Oh my god.
here we go.
Cat. Ooh, you're lucky I'm breaking apart weed, otherwise I would have choked you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give you the URL to my Facebook fan page, to the place where you guys can order t-shirts, which all of that money goes to David Thorne's defense fund. It also, you can get a t-shirt, you can get a wristband. Carrie, hey Carrie, nice to see you again, babes. Ohio is very close to me, peoples. Let's rally for David Thorne. I would, seriously, Kim, I will go to that fucking rally. I don't know what y'all have to do to set that up, but I will be there. Going on 2.5 hours, biznitch.
No, it just doesn't happen often.
No.
That's why I said every long fucking while. Every second blue moon of the year.
I'm just over here listening to the bullshit being spewed by my roommate. You know what? I think it is time for a pastry.
Of course.
Because, I haven't eaten this morning. I've been on here with y'all. Those bastards. That's okay. We've got raspberry strudel. Would you like a strudel? Very inglorious bastards moment here, guys.
Okay, let's play it.
Maybe we should do a mukbang, huh?
Oh shit, okay.
Deborah, there are other good lawyers out there. Kathleen isn't the only one. Just have to keep his case out in front, and hopefully a good one will see it and pick it up. I've been trying for years to get anybody on David's case. Anybody. I don't give a shit. Just someone better than the lawyer he currently has would be nice. Chris, there were no ramifications for the drunk lawyer. And yes, the judge did notice. In fact, he commented on it several times throughout the course of the trial.
Lies.
How in the hell do I still have money in my bank account? Let's see. Sandriana, going to church soon, but when I'm back, I will go donate. Thank you so much. Yes, I've added the information for how you can donate to David's defense fund. By all means, please, every little dollar helps. I try to donate as often as I can, but I'm not very. Oh, I'm sorry. It's support@freedavidthorne.com.
Oh yeah, I think you call it.
So yes, on PayPal, I'm gonna go ahead and put this. That's the PayPal link to do to donate to him, to his defense fund. I would thoroughly appreciate you guys, like $5, $10, anything. Don't you love technology? I donated through PayPal. It's easy, and from here too. Yeah, Carrie is actually in England. She just recently moved, as a matter of fact, somewhere in England. I know that for a long time she was living in Bognor Regis.
Nothing's happened yet. No tragic beginning yet. So I'm just waiting.
Cam, I believe that during the trial is when the filmmakers learned of his case and they just went. And they just went there and they started making a documentary, and then they edited it over the years, and then Netflix picked it up. At least that's from what I understand. Oh, you're living in Chichester. Send me pictures.
Okay.
In fact, if you could, I'm desperate. I need some good Earl Grey again. The Earl Grey that we get here is okay, but it's nothing like the shit that y'all get in England. Hold on. I'm telling a friend.
Cucumber?
Let's see. Kim, just curious because I do not know the answer. How did Avery get? Oh, okay, yeah. Kim, so filmmakers just go to court cases and hang out. I get if they want to. I mean, I would love to be able to just go up to Ohio and do some snooping and whatnot, but I lack the funds and the equipment. Deborah, your roommate, knows we can hear his combo just in case he was trying to keep it on the down low. No, he knows. But see, his people, because he's on a headset, he's doing his video game right now. His people can hear me too. And it's actually really funny because we get a lot of like cross communication. But yeah, guys, I mean, the fact of the matter is that I'm not talking shit. I'm not talking shit.
Right,
I didn't say cross communication. I said we.
Well, I can't hear you because I got a fucking headset on.
I sound like a you problem.
Okay, yeah, translate. You guys can translate for me.
Oh dear God. Yeah, that's what I say. Hey.
Jerk off with that.
Just trying to communicate with a few people, blah, blah, blah. Millbilly, MAM was given access to everything from day one by Avery's attorneys. They were there from day one, and Kratz tried to stop them. Thank you, Millbilly, for giving up that information. Eva, I'm ready to help with the website. I will be in contact, Casey. I live in Holland, so I'm in a different time zone. No shit! By all means, get a hold of me when you can. My email address is mamaphoenix, MAMA, @outlook.com. Kim, okay, question time. How long after the murder was David brought in and charged? I believe he was arrested in July. So April, May, June. So like 3 months, 3 to 4 months after the murder is when he was brought in. But that's also around the time that Joe Wilkes was confessing, and the DNA had not been sent for testing. Yes, Carrie keeps sending me all kinds of pro bono attorneys in Ohio lists, and I email them, I call them. Nothing yet, but maybe if they get more emails and more calls from people other than just me and everybody that has been, strength is in numbers, and the more people that we can get bugging these people about this case, the higher David's chances. That's why I've been pushing this for so long.
And it begins. Kick in the face.
I'm sorry, guys, about eating in front of you, but I am fucking starving. Hey, Ava, when we start that website, maybe we should start a back office for supporters, like some kind of thing where we can like communicate leave up lists and links and, you know, have some back and forth going. I don't know how one would do that, but I'm assuming you know. I know Carrie's gonna fly her happy ass across the pond just to fucking be here when David gets out. Deborah, yes, like I said, I have the case file. It's just having the website to put it up on. Kim, I agree, and if Ava and Vanessa are willing to help with that, it would take a lot off my mind. Well, shit, now I'm out of coffee. God damn it. All right, now that I've got a little bit of blood sugar going on. So, for those of you that don't follow me on Twitter, Millbilly, why do you say that?
Yes.
For those of you that don't follow me on Twitter, I'm Mama Phoenix 6 on Twitter. And the fact of the thing is that I've been posting pieces of the case file as I find interesting stuff. And that's what's kind of helped to pick up a little bit of steam. But I'm wanting to do more than that. So also you can find me on Facebook on my fan page. Let me just go ahead and post that link here. Oh, I have absolutely no doubts. The only reason why I haven't listened to any of the audio from the Avery case is I've been, you know, just I'm under a bubble, guys. I live in a bubble. I spend more of my time taking care of you know, my homework and my studies and everything because, you know, researching case files is all well and good, but it's not going to get a fucking diploma on my wall. And really, quite frankly, that's what everybody needs me to have is that diploma. I know, Chris. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'll eat on camera, and I get people that talk shit about me being a fat pig, and I'm just like, do you not eat? Like, how are you maintaining life? Patsy, yeah, well, guys, let's stay focused on David here, okay? You know, I understand that Casso, the audio documents shit that Casso doesn't have, but the fact is that, you know, again, that's Avery. We're dealing with David. David is the one who deserves our attention right now. So let's try to keep this where it belongs, eh? Crikey. So, yeah, let's just. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to give you guys my Patreon link again. Is there audio on the David Thorne case? I don't know. I don't know if there is. Carrie, Avery has Zellner, David has us, and we got to get him out. Thank you, Carrie. Absolutely. Vanessa, if there's audio, Millbilly will find it. I hope so. I absolutely hope so. It's Phil. Phil's here. Phil is actually the one who alerted me to David's case. He's the one who first referred it over to me. He's the one who even made me aware of David's case. And I thank him so much every single day. So everyone give a round of applause to Phil. He's the one who got me started on this fucking rabbit hole. And he's the reason why Sue and I even met. He's the reason why y'all are even hearing about the David Thorne case. So if there's any to be had, Patsy, see, don't forget this case happened in 1999. It's, I'm so grateful for everybody even thinking that I have anything worthwhile to say. I can't get over this journey and how interesting it's been. I mean, I'll be reading through some of my textbooks. Right now I'm actually taking police procedure and investigations. And like I see so much that applies to David Thorne, that applies to all these cases on how they botched the investigation, how the investigation should have gone. And it just blows my mind because all of this is just it's literally textbook that should have been followed, and nothing was done properly at all. I mean, for fuck's sake, when they were getting her kids out of the house at the time of the investigation of the crime, they covered up her body with a blanket from her bed. Cross-contamination much, you motherfuckers? For fuck's sake. Kim says, just an FYI, people, I tried doing an FOIA. Apparently, Canadians are not allowed to get info. And that's the truth. Tessa, so good to see you, girl. I've been following you for a few years. I've been waiting on some updates. You and everybody else, I kind of fell off the fucking face of the earth there for a while. I'm trying to do more. I really am. It's just been kind of difficult with everything. I have no idea why anybody would want to sit down and watch me fucking yammer for 2 hours and 41 minutes just about anything. But I'm so grateful that you guys would even want to. I'm so grateful for all 43 of the people viewing this right now. But I'm so grateful that 43 people are sitting here for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, listening to the David Thorne case, listening to us talk about it, being willing to learn about this case and being willing to spread the information, because 43 doesn't sound like a big number, but it's a fuck of a lot more than 0, which is what it's been for years. And I'm so excited. I can't even begin to tell you. I mean, Millbilly and your willingness to take this on, even to a small degree, is just so much progress. I have no idea. Like I'm my brain like just stops working when I realize that somebody other than me, who has an audience, who has a voice, would be willing to take this on for David. It's mind-boggling. It really, really is. Tessa, the big D word sucks. I'm going through it too. All the cases you have discussed at least shed some light for those families. And that's the thing is all I can think about is, what if it was my son? My husband, my brother, my sister. How disheartened would I be to not have somebody listening, to not have somebody care? David's been living that reality for years, and it's mind-boggling to me how nobody cares. But now people care. People are starting to care. And kids, we've got 45 people in here now. We're almost 3 hours into this live feed. I'm happy to go for as long as y'all want me to fucking go. I don't give a shit. But do me a favor, copy the link, share it on Twitter, share it on Facebook. you know, bring people over to this discussion. Let's really get a good discussion going. I mean, I'll stay on here as long as you want me to. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I may have to get up to go take a piss here in a second, but you know me, unfiltered like fuck. Yes, Ayasha reminds everybody to thumbs up this video. Please do. Carrie, if Wilkes was Casper the ghost and managed to decapitating Vaughn without blood on him, miracle. For real. It just his narrative of how things went down. There's no fucking way. There's no way. Vanessa, Susan, many had a hard time getting FOIAs for Avery. APD, if police are involved, maybe even harder, but not impossible if you know what to ask for. Thank you, Vanessa. Chris, FOIA requests are easy if you want to be as specific as possible. If they want to deny it, they will, but you can appeal. I currently have 3 requests pending. I love you. I love you so much, Chris. Katie, oh my gosh, you're still recording. I know, right? You know, but like I said, I'm happy to sit here and fucking talk about this case until the cows come home. Tessa, well, you know what? I can't be anything other than what I am. And this is what cracks me up about, you know, the critics of my videos is they act like this is a persona I put on, like this is a character. Nothing I do is scripted. No, I improv everything. And this is who I am. And I've been told by people, oh, well, you're going to make a shitty lawyer because you're unfiltered, blah, 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 you're blunt. Well, obviously, I'm not going to fucking talk like this when I go in the courtroom, you dumbass. You know, obviously, I'm going to go into court and put on my lawyer hat, for fuck's sake. Chris, I miss you too. You never did give me my tea cozy, you shithead. Kim, I have an appointment with my mentor tomorrow. We'll let you know what my mentors say. I've not asked her before, but I'm going to. Thank you, Kim. Marie, I'm so glad you're here. Millbilly, the truth always comes out. Yes, but the question is how long it takes. David's been sitting in prison for 20 years. I mean, yes, I know, Chris. I'll, you know, email me and I'll give you the new address. Marie, I'm going to send an email to Zellner. Please do. Everybody send an email to Zellner about David's case. He needs all the help he can get, and he needs all the support he can get. Maybe if she sees that many people are tuned into this case, maybe it'll do something. Vladimir, women smoking, no God and kills. Considering I'm a Wiccan, I could give a fuck. Take your Rasputin bullshit and blow it out your ass. Mouse, who cares if you play a character? You're relaying information about cases that need attention. The funny thing is I'm not. This is me. This is me, unfiltered and unvarnished. I'm like this around the house. You can ask my roommate. Hazel, have noticed one thing today. You haven't had a cig. Bet you're gasping. Bullshit. I've smoked like 4 since I started this. Susan, they won't respond to my FOIAs. I have to do them through others. They said David can't have the information and I'd give it to him. The case is closed. David can have it's public record. He can have whatever he wants. They're hiding something. So Chris, we need to talk about how we get this FOIA together. I mean, for fuck's sakes, people. And Vladimir, I don't live in fucking Russia, so you can kiss my ass with your bullshit. I would never even go to Russia. No thanks. No thank you. From the people who brought you the Russian Revolution. Fantastic. You and your Bolshevik ass can go fuck yourself. I mean, you know, we're all going to die of something, right? Question is when and from what? I don't know, kids. Just, you know, whatever we got to do to get David's information out there, I'm willing to do. If someone has a better idea, I'm all ears. Just don't tell me we're fucking giving up. That's all I care about.
I think it's all right. Well, we should go back to our other show now.
Casey, if FOIAs are public knowledge, how come I was denied? Because you're not a U.S. citizen. Oh my God, I have for a second. I leave for a second and Vlad is back. Kimberly, should anyone from any country not be able to get the info? No, precisely because of the Freedom of Information Act. The fact is that that's restricted to American public only because we don't want, I don't know, it has something to do with terrorism. I don't see how that could help with the terrorists, but you know, maybe if we quit being assholes to other countries, we can stop worrying about fucking terrorism. Tessa, I'm smoking a cigarette and some legal pot. Get over it, Vladimir. I love you. Ayasha, to each their poison. Listening to this, I boofed Telly 6. Boofed. That's a word I haven't heard in a while. The last time I heard the word boof, it had to do with Teen Wolf. That's how old I am. Kim, terrorism, it is a terror that David Thorne is. It really is. Like, and I've said this about, you know, all of the cases that I go through, whether it be the Avery case, the David Thorne case, the Scott Davis case. What's that one out of California? Scott,
Episode 17.
whatever the fuck his name is, the pregnant wife. You know, the fact is that if we allow our court systems, our judicial system to slide on conducting the cases with the utmost of integrity on the off chance that this is the one time that they got it right, we are opening a floodgate to absolute government control. You know, the Republicans are right on one thing and one thing only, that we should not allow the government to have complete control over us. But when you allow them to convict and keep in prison a man who is so clearly innocent on a faulty, botched case, you are opening the floodgates for that to happen to everybody. Do you see what I'm saying? So regardless of what wrongful conviction case you're looking at, if there is a dirty investigation that was run, that needs to be corrected, because even if they got it right, it doesn't matter, because these are our civil rights we're talking about, people, which is the very foundation of our U.S. Constitution. And we must keep that in check at all times. I don't give a fuck if they possibly got it right this one time. I would much rather have 1,000 guilty people walking the streets than one more innocent man being executed on a proven case where he is innocent, like just happened in Texas. That scares the shit out of me. Peterson, yeah, Scott Peterson. But see, that's what I'm saying, Kim, is that even if he is guilty, the fact is that the case was so botched that we can't allow it to stand. Because the fact remains that that is opening up possibilities that are just too terrifying to even consider.
Oh my God.
You don't want that. You just don't.
341. Yeah, I like how you got to the same place too. Oh my God.
I mean, I don't know, kids. I've been talking about this case for so many years, and this is the first real momentum I've noticed on this case ever. And I'm surprised. I'm so gratified that you guys would even, you know, sit here for 3 hours listening to me yammer. Chris, guilty or not, we are all as citizens allowed non-biased legal counsel. Carrie, there's a case here that is bugging the hell out of me. email me the information. Vanessa, that's okay. I'll take the credit for Tessa's comment. Kimberly, crazy question, but is pit legal in the USA? Just asking. What are you talking about? Pot. Not in all states. There's 4 states where it's currently legalized for recreational usage. That's Washington, Oregon, California, and Colorado. Hazel, they keep banging up innocent people while the real killers are still out there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tessa, post more about it. I watched your original video a few years ago, but so many cases happen that captivate so many. Absolutely. And I've got some videos on the David Thorne case. Like I said, I'm working on the documentary and I don't want to take away from any of that.
This fucker, man.
Jerry Ackland. Hi, Jerry. Oh, it's legal in Michigan too. Okay. Patsy, Kimberly, most places prescription is legal, not recreational yet. Here, legal recreational pot goes state by state. So, but yeah, guys, and I'll post up David's mailing address on my Facebook page because I would love for him to get as many postcards from as many people as possible. Mail right to him, please. I've posted up the information on where you can donate to his defense fund. It's support@freedavidthorne.com through PayPal. Every cent of that goes to his defense fund. Yeah, Kim, the United States, they won't legalize marijuana, but, if you want to fucking buy a semi-automatic assault rifle, you can. Another dipshit.
He's gonna freak out and pass out again.
Really, Patsy? It's legal in Massachusetts? Interesting. Yeah, don't mention his case. Just talk to him about anything. Just tell him that you support him. Just mail to him. Yeah, all of America, it's legal to purchase a firearm. I could walk into a fucking gun store right now and probably get a gun fast. We regulate driver's licenses harder than we regulate guns. It's fucking stupid. Oh, gotta love a good back pop. Yeah, Tessa, tell me about it. That's why we want to get a good website up and running with the case file, is because very few people have actually heard of him. I've been trying to get a hold of the news stations in Ohio to do a story on his case, but they're just not interested. Nobody's interested. And I don't know why. I don't get it. It's absolutely ridiculous.
What? The thunder probably changed him.
Yeah, no, Kim, here in the United States, you can just walk into most gun stores and just get a gun. Basic background check, nothing more than that. Phil, my gut says guns are too far gone that any recall will only lead to the honest people having their guns handed in, not the crooks. Phil, we could get into that, but yeah, you're not going to like what I have to say about it. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of mass shootings occurred with legally purchased firearms. So we start there and work our way out, like how all laws do. And nobody wants to take your guns. That's the thing. No Democrat has ever said, no fucking Democrat in power has ever said, we want to take your guns. You want to know who said that? The NRA is the one who said that. They are the ones who said, do you know what this fucking means? It means they want to take your guns. But nobody ever actually said that because they don't want to take your guns. They want smart legislation put into place based off of this information that we have about mass shooters, which we have a lot of thanks to their lovely little fucking manifestos. Okay, mass shooters are kind of an area of specialty of mine. And the fact remains that every mass shooting has been committed with a legally purchased firearm. So we stop there. And we know what markers to look for. So if we just stop it for those people, which is less than 1% of the population, it's not going to affect the vast majority of the population. If you don't have a Jerry, you don't understand anything. You want to talk about misinformed cupcake? Actually go and get a degree in what I'm getting my degree in, criminal psychology. When we talk about stopping people like that, what we mean are people that have like an actual conviction or two on domestic violence. And I'm not talking about like, oh, he pushed me. I'm talking like he did $10,000 worth of fucking facial reconstructive damage to my face level. When you have that, no, you shouldn't be able to buy a fucking gun. I'm sorry. So now that I know where you lie, I'm just going to ignore your comments because clearly you're more concerned with your ability to go pew pew than in actually helping people and actually understanding how this works. You know, stop stroking your Second Amendment, you amosexual, and actually learn some shit. Stop researching from your own confirmation bias. Yeah, in Kim, in the US, you can carry a knife. We do have some regulations on that. I myself carry a knife. In my state, the regulation is the blade cannot be any longer than the width of my palm. But I own swords. I just can't carry them around. But see, Tessa, that's what I'm saying, though, is nobody wants more gun laws. We want smarter ones. Nobody wants to impact the actual legal gun owners who are not a threat to anybody. Nobody wants to impact them. We just want smarter legislation based off of what we know, which is a lot about mass shooters. That's really all we want. Nobody wants to fuck with you. Really. Nobody does.
No, that's from the spider bite.
It's okay, Kim. Don't worry about it. I'm used to it at this point. You can't do the kind of YouTube videos that I do without, you know, I've had people tell me that I need to leave politics out of my videos. And I'm like, guys, do you understand how the fucking legal system works? Every law that I'm going to be sworn to uphold once I have my law license is put into place through politics. That's how this system works. So I can't leave politics out of my discussions because that's how it works.
Here comes Jesus.
You know, oh, leave the guns out of this. Well, I can't because do you know what the vast majority I'm going to be fucking dealing with is? Gun crime. Sorry. Aisha Casey, you're not yapping. You're causing awareness. And if people want to know how the judicial and criminal systems work, they have to see that it passes just with Stephen and Brendan's case. Was that English? We are in a pattern of awareness and it is good. And I'm actually like super fucking excited that like this has been the single most productive live feed that I've ever done. And I'm just like, I'm in shock to be quite frank. I'm shocked by how awesome this is all going and how well it's going. And just, I can't believe it. It's amazing and I'm just so excited. I'm excited for David. I'm excited for Sue. I'm excited for everybody. I mean, I cannot tell you enough how amazing this has been. You know, we're in our third hour of this live feed and I can't believe it. And yeah, it's so gratifying to finally see that, you know, all these years of me yammering and pushing the David Thorne case and pushing it in your face has been just, it's not been for nothing. That finally something is coming to fruition out of it. And I'm stunned and I'm shocked and I'm grateful and I'm humbled because if anything comes out of this, all of it will have been worth it. All of it. All of it. And I don't know how Sue is feeling right now, but I can tell you how I'm feeling, and it's just so thankful. So thankful to all of you. Sorry, cleaning and typing at the same time. No worries, Tessa. Technically, I got here late, so I'm only 30 minutes in. Carrie, love your new computer. It's not breaking up like your old ones. No, and that's because I got myself a gaming computer. I finally got a computer that can handle me. My poor roommate, though, I think I scare him with how I handle it because, he's a gamer, and so like he knows all the awesome things that it can do, and that I don't use it for. And I know that on so many levels, he's like, you don't deserve that computer. And who can blame him? Who can blame him for feeling like that? Oh, Sue. I don't know how you're feeling right now, but like right now I'm fetching. I'm like, what the hell? This has been such an amazing live chat, and I'm so excited to have people really pushing David and wanting to help and wanting to spread the word and spread the message. And like I'm so thankful right now. You have no idea. And I can only imagine how you're feeling. And I'm hoping that at some point you'll be able to talk to David today and tell him that, some kind of progress was made. And that's better than nothing. That's better than no progress. And I really hope that if nothing else, it will renew at least some kindling, some small spark of hope for him, because he deserves it. You guys deserve all the best things in the world. Like seriously, when he's released, I'm sending you guys on an extended fucking honeymoon. For real, for real. Oh, yay. Carrie. Okay, so Carrie has given birth to one of my grand hatchlings, and her little girl Raven took her first steps the other day. I'm so excited. Oh, I mean, this is so fantastic. Any thoughts on some of the most recent cases, Tiffany Moss, Jennifer Rosenbaum Watts, or do you have any information on other innocent people, including David Thorne? I do. Nathan Riome out of not Syracuse, out of New York. He was convicted of a rape that, like, there were 4 people's DNA. His was not among them. For whatever reason, he was convicted. Scott Davis out of Georgia. Jermaine Scott. As for Watts, the jury's still out on that one. I need to see some information on that. But, David is really the one that I'm focusing on. He's the one who's been in prison the longest, and he's really the one that I'm so passionate about, because I just cannot even believe how this shit went down. Like I'm constantly just, the fuck. Yeah, Carrie is one of the members of my team. I have a research team that helps me with everything, and Carrie is one of the members. And I am so thankful for her every single day, because she can find shit that I either can't find, or I don't know how to find, or I just don't have the time. And if it wasn't for my team, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. And that's another reason why I need funding, is because a lot of what I do requires money. I don't have a printer right now, and being able to highlight, being able to print up pages and highlight and, really dig into it is really the vast majority of how I do what I do. And so I don't have a printer. I need to pay for my internet service, so like the nuts and bolts, and then the website hosting, the paying for, case files and copies and all of that shit. It costs money I don't have. So that's why, like, if you guys would be willing to click that little $sign at the bottom of the of the chat box and even just donate $5. I mean, it would at least put me a little closer to buying an actual camera so that I can actually, you know, so that I can actually do this documentary the way that it deserves to be done. I have a lot of footage, but a lot of it is screencast footage. There needs to be, other footage to sort of, meld the narrative together so that you really get it. Millbilly, I would love to print everything at work, but I am never alone there. And I work for a hotel, and I'm pretty sure that it would cost me my job. Kim, why do you both believe there's so much of this false imprisonment? What is it? I know corruption, but why? The fact of the matter is there's a lot of factors that play into wrongful convictions. There's, as I was saying earlier, if you notice, a lot of wrongful convictions tend to happen in more rural areas. And I think it's because, like, when these sensational cases, usually it's a murder, happens, these police departments have no idea how to investigate these properly. All of a sudden, there's all this pressure from the media, all this pressure from the public, there's pressure from the higher ups, and these police departments don't know how to handle it. On top of that, yeah, there is corruption. There's tunnel vision. There's the Reed technique. There's so much involved in how a wrongful conviction goes down. Wrongful conviction cases have their own language, and if you know how to speak it, you can spot them very, very easily. But a lot of times, it is simply incompetence on the part of the police department. And it's not willful incompetence. It's just that they're not used to these kinds of cases. They don't know how to handle them. Tessa, for fucking real, dude. Like, I'm doing good fucking getting my kids fucking taken care of. Millbilly, I bought my own paper. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Kimberly, do you think there is a pattern though? Absolutely. There's so many. Samantha, did you watch the Now They See Us? I have not watched that yet. I haven't really had the time. I'm doing good getting done what I need to get done, y'all. Like, that's the thing, is I live, breathe, eat, and shit fucking criminal justice on a daily just because of my classes and everything. The wonderful thing is, though, is that, going through my degree program and majoring in criminal psychology, I've got a lot more insight now than I did 4 years ago. And it's really been fascinating. And on a lot of levels, I'm so thankful for this opportunity to finish off my degree, because it means that I am that much closer to being able to help people in a very real way. As it is right now, I'm nothing but a fucking talking head, and that's not. So it stems from education, pretty much comes down to it. On a lot of levels, yes, Kim, because here's the thing. I think one thing that would stop, or at least lessen the amount of wrongful convictions, would be requiring a minimum educational value for our applying officers. As it stands right now in this country, most police departments don't require you to have a degree. They don't require you. Oh, thank you, Sean. Mwah, thank you so much. You're a sweetheart and a half. Fucking peanut gallery over here. The fact is that if we required even just a 2-year degree from our applying, rookie police officers, that would cut down a lot on a lot of the wrongful convictions, because you learn so much more in college than just what your degree program is. You learn how to work with people. You learn critical thinking skills that you don't learn outside of the classroom. There's so much more that a college degree prepares you for. And I am of the opinion that if you have to have a degree to be a doctor or a nurse, you should have to have a degree to be a police officer. And I firmly believe that's a good place to start, is requiring a minimum of a 2-year degree for criminal or for police officers. That would be a start. Another one would be, if you live in a rural area and you are a massive case happens, you should have an outside, resource to be able to call in to investigate, or at least add assistance to the investigation, because not a whole lot of police departments do. The thing with Avery is a prime example. They called in Calumet County, but they weren't any better equipped or any more knowledgeable than Manitowoc. They only called them in to lessen the scrutiny of the veracity of the case. I think that there should be a state bureau, and most states have a bureau of investigations. It's kind of like the state level of the FBI. Those should be called in. That should be an automatic thing. That's where I think it would start. And professional juries. I'm just saying. I've been pushing that. Ayasha, if you have to in some jobs go for yearly training, wouldn't it be better for the law enforcement to do the same thing in various areas? I agree, but in fucking Wisconsin, for God's sake, you can work as an officer for 6 months before you step foot inside the police academy. Tessa, I've been watching The Mindhunter on Netflix. Some of that sheds light on how investigators work, or in some cases completely fail. Exactly. And that's part of the reason why I major in criminal psychology, is it doesn't just teach you how the criminals think. A lot of it does have to do with how detectives and investigators are trained as well. Tess, I heard something just the other day that a case here in Washington was solved by sweat DNA. I'll try to find. Oh, good Lord. The sweat DNA shit again. Sweat does not have DNA, people. DNA comes from cells. Sean Maroney, don't forget you have a family to raise, girl. Love and best wishes from London. You are so sweet. Thank you so much. If I ever make it over the pond, we're having tea.
Don't say anything about it.
Don, why don't we go to the way the Europeans do interrogations? A break every 2 hours is required and multiple cameras in every part of the room. On top of that, Don, in Europe, they use something called cognitive interviews, which are proven to actually be much more effective. I actually have a certification in forensic psychology from the University of Sheffield, and I obtained that through FutureLearn online. And, the cognitive interviews, man, that's where it's at. I don't know why the U.S. is so slow in making the changeover. Kimberly, yes, Casey, they need a degree. Wow, that's crazy. My brother has 2 degrees in military background for RCMP. It's absolute insane. The U.S. police organization is kind of like the dumping ground. People sign up for being a cop because it's a guaranteed paycheck, and you don't have to have any specific training to do it, which I just think is absolutely nuts. Not only would this cut down on a lot of wrongful convictions, it would probably cut down on a lot of these fucking officer-involved shootings too. Carrie, so much inexperience with law officials. They want to get the case closed ASAP, and they will do anything to do it. Exactly. It's all that pressure from the media, from the public, from the higher ups, from the this, from the that, and they crack under the pressure. Martha, pot is legal in Washington, D.C. Can you wonder now why everything is so crazy? Not really. Marijuana and the crime rate actually have very little to do with each other. Dawn, and they are not allowed to lie to the suspect. Exactly. In the Reid technique, they are allowed to lie to the subject. They can tell you, we have your DNA, we know. And they, of course, somebody with Brendan's mental capacity is going to crack. They're going to think, oh my God, they have my DNA. I'm not, what the fuck? Jedi Scoobs. Wow, girl, you're throwing out some really cool legal terms and shit. So proud of you. You rock that school, girl. A lot less F words too. I guess I have to pump up my fuck numbers, huh? Carrie, and we have the appropriate adults game here. Sean, we have PACE, Police and Criminal Evidence Act. It is as stringent a piece of legislation, criminal investigation, it is thought we can get. Any breach of this act, the case is thrown out. If you could find me a link on that and send it to me on Twitter or something, that'd be great, because I would love to read that. Hazel, I will have to look around to see if there are any cognitive interview technique videos. I would love to see it in action in comparison to the Reid technique. When I took the case through FutureLearn, or when I took the course through FutureLearn, they had a lot of videos on it, and oh my God, it is truly a wonder to behold. I mean, I was so privileged to be able to take those courses and enjoy it. And yeah, it really showed me how behind the times the US is.
I need to start girls.
Tessa, I work with young kids that are considered emotional and behavioral disordered. Some of the kids I work with are definitely going to go on to commit some major shit. I alert, I document. And see, that's the really sad thing, kids, is there is a case, a very famous case out of England, the Mary Bell case. I actually did a paper on this for one of my forensic psychology classes. Mary Bell was a very young girl. She was 11 years old when she committed 2 murders of other children. And she was caught, she was arrested, she was tried, she was convicted, and she was placed into a sort of like a residential treatment program back in the 60s. And that's like the one time we got it right. I mean, she went on to have a totally normal life, went on to have a daughter, never reoffended. I mean, just absolutely stunning. And somehow we got it right in that case, but we've never replicated it as a society. And I'm not sure why that is. Children, if you get them early, and this is why I'm so stunned by the cut in educational funding, in the cut for services for underprivileged youth. When politicians say that they're going to be tough on crime, it sounds good, but they don't actually outline how they're going to do it. And a lot of what has to do with the crime rate has to do with the economy and how that plays out and the educational system. And it's a proven fact that there is a positive correlation between the shit economy and the rate of crime. And why that's not being addressed, I will never know. But the sooner that we get to these at-risk youth, the better. Let's see. Sean, Google Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984. Let me make a note. Once upon a time, there was a girl who had a pen. I am never without a piece of paper, always at my right elbow. Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984. Thank you, Sean. Awesome. Yeah, Carrie, that case tripped me the fuck out. Because, not only did she murder these children, but, she enjoyed it. She even went to one's house after the murder and asked if she could see his body in his casket. It was just weird. Kimberly says, I have a case for you to look at using the cognitive technique. Watch the interrogation of Russell Williams. I met the psychopath while doing my mental health nursing rotation. Okay, Russell Williams. I will look into that. Mouse, about my sister-in-law I told you about earlier, there was no proof that she had a firearm, but was charged with armed robbery for 13 years. The judge said he was going to make an example out of her. I remember you saying that. That's fucked up. Mouse, what can we do about that? Get at me on Twitter or Facebook, and I'll look into the facts of the case. Sean, Mary Bell committed to secure unit before my time. Yeah, I remember that. She was in some kind of a residential facility. If I recall correctly, her mother was a prostitute, her father was a drunk, so she had a very fucked up childhood. But then when she was placed into this facility, all of a sudden she had a routine. She had people who cared about her, who acted like they cared about her, and she went on to have a totally normal life. It was astounding and hopeful. Carrie, the Derek Bentley case makes me angry. I'm gonna have to look up that one too. Y'all are giving me some great shit to look up. Tessa, most of it starts at home and how the person is raised or lack thereof. My worst client was 10. He tried to stab me with a shank he made. That was just last year. No one take him seriously. I do. Well, and that's the thing, Tessa, is, like I said, all this cutting of funding to education and underprivileged youth programs and all of it, that just makes the situation worse. You guys want to talk about the fucking gun laws, what you have to understand as a Republican, and mind you, I'm an independent, but, Republicans are the ones that mainly make these decisions. They need to understand that if you want to be tough on crime, if you want to make this world a better place, at the very least, you need to quit fucking cutting public service funding. Food stamps 9 times out of 10 is how these underemployed people are able to feed their families. one of the best programs that's ever been put out that actually it's been proven helped to reduce the crime rate was the Head Start program. And the fact is that, we need to be a little more aware and a little more cognizant of everything that goes into the crime rate and how that even goes about. But nobody wants to face that because it involves them paying more taxes. I would happily pay more fucking taxes for a lower goddamn crime rate. And might I add, most of you people that support Republicans will never make enough money for it to matter with their tax cuts. The Derek Bentley case, that rings a bell. I'm going to have to look into that. But yeah, I could go off all day long about how we can reduce all of this shit. I mean, it's the fact of the matter is that at this point in our history, we are in the best possible place. Our society is in the best possible place to reduce. Because let's face facts, we're never, ever, ever going to get rid of crime wholesale. This is kind of why I crack up at the gun nuts. Criminals will always find a way to get a gun, but you don't focus on that right from the outset. You focus on the core of the current problem. And then as you see the fucking loopholes, as you see the holes, you plug them up. That's how law works. That's why we have a Supreme Court in the first place. So yeah, putting into place more intelligent gun laws, yeah, it's not going to get them all, but it's going to get most of them. And then you plug up the holes as you go. That's just how law works. By that definition, by that line of logic, there's no point to law at all. And what the fuck are we doing here? You see what I'm saying? You don't not do something about it just because people are going to still keep doing it. By that definition, why should we even give a shit about murder? You see what I'm saying? You want to talk about something that is always going to happen. Look at pedophilia. Technology has made this a far more prevalent crime than people know. And yet for whatever reason, by your line of logic, we shouldn't even try to stop pedophiles at all. You see what I'm saying? It's just y'all need to rework your logic. That's all. The government is, Tessa, more often it's more of the problem. Yes and no. But see, humans by nature are a societal creature. Societies from the beginning of time have been setting up governmental hierarchies. That's just how it works. So fine, we know that. That just means that we have to work harder at it and make it smarter. If this were ancient Rome, things would be very, very different, but there still would be a government. If this were, even the Native Americans from the fucking dawn of time had a governmental system. That's just how humans are. Government is meant to take care of the people. That's the theory behind it. The problem is that we're allowing the systemic dumbing down of America to make the decisions for our government by voting. What we need to do to stop or at least reduce the amount of governmental influence is not less government, it's smarter government. And that starts with the citizens. And in order for that to occur, we need to invest more in our children's education and future, because then we've got educated voters. We've got people who understand what they're voting on, not people that are being cranked out to work in the factories. You see what I'm saying? Hazel, the death penalty is a dodgy one as well, especially when innocent people are put to death. Kimberly, society is at a time right now where, as the indigo children are coming up as adults and changing a lot, we need to ask more questions of our leaders and make everyone accountable. Digipuff, couldn't agree with you more, Casey, about what you were talking about. I would happily pay more taxes too. And see, that's the thing. Because we know that humans as a society will always have a government, fine. Okay, I understand what you're saying about government regulation, but here's the thing. The government doesn't have to take over. They're already in charge. Okay. The thing that you have to remember is that in order for our government to be of the people, by the people, and for the people have to be more involved in the government. Do you see? So in order for that to happen, though, we can't go based off of what we've been doing. Reaganomics is what fucking started this shit. The systemic dumbing down of the American society is what is causing the very problems that we're having right now. This is how we got a fucking talk show host as our goddamn president. We need our leaders to be more accountable. And in order for us to hold them accountable, we, the people, the voters, need to be smarter about what we're voting on. You know, I've heard a lot of people say, oh, well, you know, I like Donald Trump because he's not a politician. Okay, I kind of get where you're coming from on that, except he may not be a politician, but everybody that he does business with is. Ergo, we kind of want to I don't want some fucking Joe Six-Pack in the goddamn White House, okay? I want somebody who knows what the fuck they're doing. I don't want some jackass, some fucking burger flipper working on my car either. I want somebody who is educated to do so. I don't want some fucking high school dropout working on my fucking triple bypass. I want a doctor who went to school for this shit. Just like I want a politician in the White House, somebody who actually is educated in how to do this. Why? Because I know I'm not about to fucking get educated in politics. Fuck politics. No, that's like opening up a fucking human brain in front of me. I'm doing good dealing with the legal shit. The fact is that you want someone who knows what they're doing. We don't have anybody in the White House right now who knows what the fuck they're doing. And it's because we didn't know what we were doing. The vast majority of the voting population didn't know what we were doing, and we voted wrong. And in order for us to know what we're doing when we vote, we must be educated. And in order for us to be educated, funding has to be provided for that education. You see where I'm going with this? Government can be a bad thing or it can be a good thing. Lately, it's been a bad thing. Us voters need to make it a good thing because the government's not going anywhere. We might as well change them from the inside out. The hippies of the 60s had the right idea. Change the system, but they went about it the wrong way. The right way to do it is to get into the system and work from the inside out.
They're gonna do some type of Halloween event or something.
Kim, yes, Casey, we need to make the leaders we put in power to be accountable. Momo, you're too violent, Casey. Eat my ass. You haven't seen my violence yet, baby, and you better hope you never do. Kimberly, violent. She's passionate. Aw, Carrie, I'm jealous. I know I'm sitting here kind of trying to decide if I want to make a pot of tea now since I've been on here for fucking ever and a day. I'm too violent. Momo. Oh, Jesus. You know what? I'm 86 and you're dumbass as well. Just go away. Ugh. Pansies. Can't deal with the pansies. You know, here's the thing, kids. The fact of the matter is this. Okay, I know I'm a lot to handle. I know I'm a lot to take. You know, people are afraid of me because I say the shit that nobody else wants to say. I pay attention to the shit that nobody else wants to pay attention to. You know, I deal with the ugly of society every single day. I study this stuff. It takes a very special kind of person to be able to do this and to be able to look at these case files and to be able to read about human misery and suffering and the stupid shit that we do to each other as humans. And it's not an easy life. I see the worst of the worst, and my poor kids have to deal with it every single day because I don't really allow a whole lot of sleepovers because I know what happens at those. I don't allow them to go and hang out at the mall because I know what happens there. I don't allow a whole lot because everybody thinks, oh, it won't happen to my family until it fucking does. And in order for me to do what I do, I have to face the worst of humanity every single day and somehow still keep a sense of humor, keep a happy, upbeat outlook on life, still slug through the muck and the mire and the bullshit. And so, yeah, I am very fucking passionate about it. I am very violent about it because I don't understand how you could be a human with a world of information at your fingertips at all times and still be so fucking stupid? How is this allowed? How is it 2019 and we still have racist fuckwits running around here? How do we still have sexist dickheads? How do we still have homophobia in this day and age? It is willful motherfucking ignorance, and I'm sorry if that fucking hurts your feelings. Get the fuck over yourself. Meep. I have Earl Grey with lavender, and it's so delicious. Dawn, she's a redhead. Of course, she's passionate. Dark Side of the Moon. Hey, honey, nice to see you. Kimberly, Aisha, Meep. 3:30 in the morning. Go to bed. Rhonda, longtime watcher. Love your passion. Hi, Rhonda. Welcome. Ayesha, it takes a real and compassionate person to put out the truth and speak loud on it. That is a very brave act. And I'm never going to stop. I don't care. And I have gotten every single, like, I've gotten death threats. I've gotten rape threats. I've gotten weird combinations of the two concept threats. And I'm like, you don't scare me. I'm not afraid to die. If you want to try and rape me, you're not going to enjoy it any more than I do, Cupcake. I carry a knife. That sounds like a fair fight. Go ahead, bring your nonsense to my area. They'll never find you. It's interesting. It's interesting. I get threatened all the time, and I laugh and I smile because I know that they're threatening me because I scare them. And I'm happy to do it. Tessa, a friend of mine, suggested I go on a blind date. For real. Like, I actually went on a kind of blind date a few months ago, and it was just the weirdest experience. And like, the dude got like really all up in my personal space and was like calling me baby. And I'm like, dude, we went out for coffee. Let's like hold off on picking out a China pattern just yet. Like, calm your tits. Carrie, I know, Sean, and despite all that misery, you still stand and fight. Fair play. Having been in the nick of a couple of times, I know too well what you're up against. And here's the funny thing. I know what they're up against, and they should be afraid. Jedi, you include links, real docs that back up your responses. Others do not. Damn straight. And I will it's called integrity. And I will never not operate outside of that integrity, because that is what my reputation is built on. Absolutely, Kim, ask away.
Okay, I'll land on that side.
Kim, I think we do have a copy of his interrogation. I believe I've got it somewhere in the case file.
I'm going here.
Ignore the stupid people, Casey. It's hard because they're usually the ones causing the fucking problems.
Oh, well, that's not fucking good.
Patsy, arrived at the vineyard. Love your passion, and you have re-inspired me. We will do something together with this. Please get a hold of me on Facebook. We need to get some shit done on this, because like, I'm losing my shit over here, y'all. Slow my roll.
Oh yeah, I know there's people around there.
Tessa, for fuck's sake, man. Slow my roll? Bite me. Did the cops get to him, or did he remain the same through it? I believe he remained the same through the whole thing. Oh, I've been about weird dudes. Yeah, for real, right? Like, oh my God. Like, we went on a walk in the park. Okay, we went on a walk, and like, he grabbed my hand, and I was okay with that. But then we stopped at these tables and we sat down to talk, and like, he put his hand on my knee, and then he started like moving his hand up my thigh, and I'm like, okay, look, pal, I've got a knife in my purse, and if you don't get your fucking hand off my knee, you're gonna be missing a goddamn limb, because that's not how I roll. Like, fuck that noise, for real. Ugh. God, and just gross.
Fuck that bitch.
I understand you guys love me, but seriously, if it's like that late on a fucking Monday morning, you really should go and get some sleep. Like, I feel really bad about you guys still being here. Like, for real, I don't know. I don't understand why anybody would still be here listening to my dumbass. Vishnu, hi, how you doing? I took world religions recently, and it was fascinating. Kim, I think more people are coming on. You know, Kim, if you want, do me a favor, copy this and copy the URL and spread it around. Let people know I'm still on. I mean, if people want to come on here, I would love to have as many people as possible. Like I said, I'm not going until you guys tell me to stop. You know, like for real, for real, for real.
Get to the jump tower and let's get out of here. They're gonna run for us. Okay, fine, let's live and then we'll just run.
Let's see. I'm just looking at a few things, just trying to understand a couple of things.
Yeah.
Me, don't feel bad. I am self-employed, work from my home, and my business is really flexible. So happy to be here. Tessa, yeah, last week some dude thought he was being cute and touched my back and called me sweetie. I looked at him with that death stare. He was like, I'm sorry. I was like, yeah, you better be. For real. I actually went on a date recently, and like it was really bad. It was really bad. Kim, I want to know more about David's case. Ask whatever you like, babe. Like if I can't answer it, Sue can. Or we'll figure it out together. I mean, the fact is that, you know, I've been screaming David's case at the top of my lungs for a while now, and you know, occasionally I'll make a video and I'll you know, yell at people for not fucking caring more, but you know, they're it always feels like it's never enough, you know, and it will never be enough until David's home. You know what I mean? You know, I don't know. What made the jury swing a guilty plea? I don't know, Kim. I don't know.
Nice.
I wish I could tell you. I've looked through those transcripts. I have not identified a single fucking thing. I have no idea how this happened. Tessa, I can't find much on David Thorne, and it's frustrating. It's not just frustrating to you. This is why I'm asking for donations so that we can get this website up and running and we can get it taken care of, because it's absolutely just tragic on so many levels, and there's not nearly enough online about it. And I figure if we can get the website up and running, maybe we can at least you know, disseminate more information, you know.
I got one health back left.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing is you know, we have the information, we just don't have the hosting, and that's where like a lot of this really goes. Good Lord, coming up on hour 4. It's empty. It's
They're
empty.
pushing out of the ring.
Oh my God. Good Lord. Tess says the Innocence Project. No, the Innocence Project has rejected him 3 times. They won't help him at all. And I have tweeted the shit out of it. I am constantly on the Ohio Innocence Project's ass because they keep rejecting it.
Oh shit.
Let's see. If you go to my Twitter feed, I have in my pictures a lot of pieces of the case file and various things that I've added in the pictures on my Twitter account. You can see a lot of information there. I know, Tessa. Allie is a very good friend of mine. Allie Aperson is a very good friend of mine. And I know that she does like these super long live feeds. And I'm just like, how the fuck do you do this? Like, it's unreal to me. It's just, I'm like, how the fuck do you go for like 6-7 hours? And she will do like these marathon fucking live chats. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this? Vishnu, bite me. I like seeing. Phil, first dates you can't win as a guy. If you don't touch some, you're not interested enough. If you touch others, you're a creep. Well, no, Phil, let's not make any mistakes here. I mean, it's not any fucking easier being the female in that situation. I mean, if you allow a guy to touch you, you're easy. If you allow a guy to touch you, sometimes they don't know when to stop. They're like, go ahead, touch my shoulder, touch my hand. Just don't go any further. If a woman wants you to touch her more, she'll move your hand to where she wants you to touch her. I promise. I promise she will. Quite frankly, you shouldn't be worried about touching a woman on a first date anyway. I mean, it is what it is. That's all I'm saying. Pat DeWine, I haven't. I'm going to go put on the kettle for some tea. Because the fact is, kids, is that these live streams, they take a lot out of me. And I don't really get up much, and I don't really tend to things like I feel I should.
Right stick is looking without me moving it again now.
But the fact remains, Mama does have some very, very real human needs. That is some very fine Earl Grey. So now we wait for the kettle.
He's almost as fine as the Duke. Right.
And I like my tea very strong because I'm a crazy woman. Drink an awful lot of black tea.
Earl Grey. It's the original Dr. Grey.
For real. And the thing is that like I was never one of those women, when I was pregnant and like people wanted to touch my belly, I never had a problem with it because like the way I felt was, if it's another woman, I don't care. Either she's a mom or she's not. If she's a mom, she's reminiscing about when she was pregnant with her babies. If she's not, she's like, oh, this is so cool. If it's a kid, I'm fine with a kid touching my pregnant belly. It's an educational moment. If it's a man, for the most part, I'm fine with it. It's when I get like those creepy vibes off of people that I'm like, get the fuck out of my personal space, like back the fuck up because I'm mean. I'm bigger than you. Hubby wants attention, apparently going to do a dump run and do some picking. Love you later, girl. Love you, Kim. Get in touch with me later. Mwah. Have a good day. And tell the hubsters I said hi. Sean, you are such a smart cookie. I love you, girl. Tea is good for you. Oh, we drink a lot of tea in this house. Phil, I know Tessa, I was being a bit of a funny bugger. There's so many creeps out there. I struggle seeing it as a guy even. And it's not just the men that are creepy. It's the women too. I mean, we can discuss the whole Amy thing because Amy was David's girlfriend at the time of the murder. And just like some of the shit she did was just like unreal. Like how do you just I don't understand her. I don't understand her. I don't understand any of it. Um, like what the actual fuck on so many levels. I just don't get it. I just ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah?
It's just so wrong on so many fucking levels. What the hell is this? Let me see.
No, let's hold up there. Are they coming down this side? Oh yeah, they are. Okay, we'll get them in a pincer attack. They did, they're on the care package now.
I am completely fucking overcome. You guys are fucking incredible. Donating to me and I can't get over y'all. I really can't. I can't even begin to tell you. Jedi, thank you so much. Thank you. You're amazing. I was doing digging on my sister-in-law's case to send you and found he was her judge. He's a shady one and came out yesterday with his wife filed for divorce citing it. Oh shit. That should be interesting. Tessa, I wish I had some money to contribute. I'm glad some are able to. I've followed your channel since the start of the Avery case. And even if you don't donate to me, donate to, if you can like spare $5 here and there just to give to like David's defense fund. I mean, every penny fucking helps in that regard. And it's just, I can't even begin to tell you guys how.
Oh shit, we got another fucking squad.
How much I appreciate all of you, how much I love all of you. Like,
I got a zip line, shield up and get ready.
I can't even. I'm overcome. I really am. Like, I don't even know how to tell you guys how insanely grateful I am for each and every single one of you. You guys are incredible. And, I'm so glad that you guys even came out today. And I'm so glad that we've had such a fantastic conversation about David Thorne. And it's been such an amazing day with all of it. I'm like, this is going to carry me through the rest of the day. It really is. And it helps because when I have you guys helping with stuff like this, when I've got you, understanding what I'm talking about with regards to a case, it helps to push me through on my studies. And it helps Sue and David. And I really, really, really hope that, at some, even on a small level, this renews David's hope that a lot of somebodies are listening. A lot of somebodies are here and are listening and are caring and give a shit. And I'm so, so grateful. So grateful. And Ohio Supreme Justice now, huh? I'm so excited about that. That sounds like a job for Super Mouse. Because Judges don't like their shit being dragged up. I don't think my dog's ever looked at me like that. My dog does this weird, I don't even know if I should tell you this, to be quite honest. I mean, I will go a lot of places, but I'm not sure if I should go there. Yeah, Carrie, I think you're right. And this is why I'm encouraging everybody to write to David and, let him see that people care, because he needs it. He needs to see that there are people beyond just me and Sue and you and everybody to help.
Is the tea ready?
Almost.
Okay.
I'm working on it. I mean, if these crazy buggers are willing to sit here and listen to me yammer for a while, they can deal with me getting up to make a pot of tea.
Whoa. I know, right?
Did we run out of sugar?
I don't know, did we?
Oh, no, there's some in the bowl. Okay. And my kitty is once again acting like he's a starving child.
Like all cats.
Come here. I want everybody to meet you. So this is Merlin. Say hi, Merlin. Say hi to all the lovely peoples. So this is my sweet little baby, but my roommate Kai has stolen him off of me. She just loves him, and he loves her. Isn't he though? He's such a sweet little bugger, but I named him Merlin because he's a long-haired gray tabby with blue eyes, and he just looked very magical. There you go, honey. So yeah, if you can believe it, I actually ordered this tea set and I had it imported from England because I love a really good cup of tea. Shut up. If you can believe it, I got a Native American 23-year-old right here who is also fixing himself a cup of tea. We've actually discussed having, sitting down and doing a round table with our tea set and just talking shit like we always do. It's interesting. The address for David, did you want like the donation channel or to like send him mail? Because I've got both. Dark side. So just let me know about that and I'll be happy to help you. I think Sue might still be on, and I know that if you scroll up, she put his mailing address up. I'm just, yeah, you guys rock my socks. Mail. Okay, yeah, it's a little further up. Let's see. Carrie, if you or anybody, if you guys can find that that link or the information, that'd be grateful. Yeah, and there's a few rules.
I don't know. I'll look through the Hulu archives.
True, Sean, true.
Yeah, fun video.
So cheers, everybody. Now we're on to the tea. Now that we've gotten out of the coffee portion of our regularly scheduled program.
No, just kidding. It's in the preview.
But yes, so
we're checking out.
I don't know, guys. I'm starting to feel like I'm running out of steam here. Ask me some questions or some shit. You know, give me some material to work with. Oh no! It's a goddamn great tragedy. For real, dude. Like I'm actually kind of stunned that I've still got 32 of you here. And oh cross, you know, I have the thing about the Kratz thing, because like I know that people have been going off about, like, I guess some personal shit came out about Kratz recently. And you know, I tried to tell everybody, just leave it alone. Like, just leave him be on that shit. Like, unless it's got something to do with the case or his ability to try the case, I don't see how bringing up any of his old bullshit is helping. We're doing the same thing that he did with the fucking cat. I mean, it's yes, Zellner is apparently way too busy to help David there, Tessa. We've been bombarding her with emails. Maybe if she gets more emails from people with regards to David, maybe she'll finally take an interest in the case. I don't know. But what I do know is that as of right now, she could care less, which is really fucking sad, because I think that she could do wonders for David if she had the mind to. Yes, thank you, Em. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm already liking the look of it. Starts off like something bad's gonna happen.
Don't you hate it when, like, you get like some kind of grit caught under your nail and you're just like, what in the actual hell? And you can't seem to get it out no matter what you do.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things sitting on fire.
Yeah, Zellner's still on the Avery case. Just, you know, in the post-conviction world, things move really, really fucking slow. And, you know, there's a lot of legal maneuvering, and people want, you know, fast and easy results, and that's just not the way that it goes. And I think that with you know, the documentary, people seem to be under the impression that you know, it's going to operate the same way that the TV show does. I blame Jerry Bruckheimer. Did you know that that's actually considered a psychological issue these days? It's called the CSI effect. And Jenna, it wasn't originally supposed to be one, but you know, if you guys want me to still be here, I'll still be here. I mean, I always feel bad letting go of live streams. I kind of feel like I'm letting y'all down when I do. Although I should get off here pretty soon, because you know, I do have homework that I need to take care of, and I've got a friend coming into town to meet up with me for some lunch today. So at some point, I probably should get off of the channel and get some stuff done. But yeah, it's actually considered a psychological effect. It's called the CSI effect. We see it a lot in criminal justice. People seem to think that the way that it works on television is the way that it works in real life, and it's just not so. And you know, as a result, this has a detrimental effect on juries and on how cases are processed, because according to, you know, the average layperson now, you know, DNA and forensics are like the gold standard, and a lot of times DNA and forensics can be faulty, and it causes a real problem. I know, Jedi. I know, and I appreciate it. I do. It's just, you know, I'm not always around, and I know that you guys look forward to seeing me, and then when I'm actually able to do it, it makes me happy, because I'm making y'all happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously, Carrie, it's not Murder, She Wrote. You know, people seem to think that, like, you know, I guess it's because there was a documentary made about the Avery case. They think that things should be moving a lot faster. And it's like, y'all motherfuckers is spoiled. You're spoiled. That's not the way this works. You know, none of this is scripted. None of this is fiction. It's just not going to happen quickly. It's just not. And I blame Jerry Bruckheimer because he's given the American public this impossible idea of how forensics and how criminal justice works. I mean, I love that he's raised awareness on a lot of levels, but on a lot of levels, he's given the American public unrealistic expectations of how this is supposed to work.
Give me a minute, Vince. Yeah, chill out.
Just keeping up with the comments on Twitter and on Facebook. It's I'm so thankful for you all today. I can't even begin to fucking tell you. I see that Sue's still here, which is fucking awesome. And you know, you guys, I can't even tell you. Well, and see, that's the thing, Carrie, is I don't think enough people understand how hard it is to get your true day in court. And for a lot of wrongfully convicted, for most wrongfully convicted inmates, they never see that day. And you know, I find it really funny. And you know, I work a lot on my vision for the future, you know, for my future, and by extension, the future of my future clients. Kathleen Zellner has a very good method of how she does what she does. You know, she'll represent you pro bono with the caveat that you use her as the attorney for the civil case against the state. And, you know, that's a great step. That's how she makes her money. And that's actually how I'm going to be doing my business model as well. With one extra addendum, I'm also thinking that at some point in the future, when I am a practicing attorney and I do start taking on these cases, I will probably also add in the charging of those that are most responsible for the wrongful conviction. I will be swearing out either civil or criminal charges against them, because while that's not currently a thing, that will get it in front of SCOTUS. And if we can get it in front of SCOTUS, we could probably get it into law. And if we can get it in the law, watch how fast this shit fucking declines. I'm surprised nobody's thought of doing that before. I'm just saying. That's why I said, you know, about the Title 18 U.S. Code 32 on Twitter recently. Let me pull that up real quick. I said something about Judge Flowers not understanding it or not knowing what it means. And let's see. In light of Flowers' ruling, I wonder if she's familiar with Title 18, Section 242 of the U.S. Criminal Code. If you were to Google that, you would see that that's actually it's an addendum to the U.S. Criminal Code, whereby those responsible for not pursuing the utmost of integrity in their positions with regards to convictions could possibly be charged under U.S. Criminal Code. Best believe I'm going to use the fuck out of that. Tessa, never say never. Mouse, it gets better. It happened at night during a blackout from the REM, like hitting this area to level 1. Jesus. Uh, Geez, I have just got so many new Jed Flowers. Don't even get me started, man. Like, her reading comprehension does not seem to be what it should be. Oh, they should be ready for battle with me, Phil. That's what I'm saying. Good luck to them. A little more tea. Be ready for shit. They should be ready for me. See, Bruce Lee is the one who said something along the lines of, you know, if you are in a room full of enemies, don't be afraid that you're in a room full of enemies. Be worried for them that they're in a room with you. And that is the kind of mindset one must have when taking on these kinds of cases, is the idea of, oh, I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid for you.
What does it do?
They need to be worried about me, not the other way around. Because God help them. Come here, sweet baby. Come here.
Oh my God! I just get. Oh, I can't. I just can't.
You know you want the belly rubs. Oh, belly rubs. Belly rubs.
God. Just.
So his eyes aren't really like totally blue, but you know, he's got a lot of blue around the center. They already in meetings about you, I hear. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the funniest part is that you know, I was contacted by the creators of Convicting a Murderer about possibly having a sit down with Kratz, and then I never heard any more after that. And I'm from the scuttlebutt, from what I hear, when he found out that I was going to be involved, he adamantly refused to have a sit down with me. Oh, he's only Tessa. He's only tiny because he's still a kitten. I just got him like about a month ago, and so yeah, he's like 3 months old. So we'll see how big he gets. But yeah, Kratz. I was supposed to have a sit down with him, and from the scuttlebutt, from the little birdies who love to give me information, from what I understand, when he found out I was involved, he adamantly refused to sit down with me. Which should tell you all you need to know about, you know, who's got his balls in a glass jar in her purse. Poor Porky. I mean, I've really handed him his ass over the years, and his little piglet too. And I crack up because it's like, you know, if you had the courage of your convictions, you would have faced off with me. But you know you can't. And I don't even have the law degree yet, fucker. Like, how dangerous am I going to be after fucking 3 years of law school? A good one where I actually have to take the fucking bar. Ass. Mike, he's been afraid of me since I started making these videos. He actually talked a bunch of his little followers into hacking my personal Facebook. He was threatening to sue me for slander, which I fucking laughed at, because any lawyer knows you can only sue me for slander if I lie. And everything that I said came from the court motion. So it was like, he could only sue me if I said he raped me. He couldn't sue me. But I know he said that to, like, you know, pander to his fans. And so it was interesting. It was really interesting. Tessa, Sammy is almost 11 years old. Cratch is such a pig. Of course, he won't talk with me, which is really sad, because I would have loved to have a sit down with him and just really, really see what would have yielded from that. But he adamantly refused. Oh, I'm sure he is intimidated by me, Jedi. I mean, you know, when I first started making videos, he would talk shit about, you know, me sitting in my pajamas and you know, yada yada. And I'm like, yeah, bitch, I fucking single-handedly dismantled your case in my bunny slippers, yo. Like, how fucked of your case how fucked is your case that I, a fucking mom in Podunk nowhere, New Mexico, can fucking rip your case to shreds in my PJs? Like, for real. I mean, you know, I firmly have decided that when I do start my own law firm, I'm probably just going to have a home office and do most of my work from there and just like do most of it in my bunny slippers because I can. What's the one thing I most want to ask Kratz? Oh gosh. What the hell were you thinking? Honestly, that's like the number one thing I would love to ask him is what in the actual fuck were you thinking with all of it? Because none of it makes a lick of sense.
So he's gonna infiltrate.
Not a fucking bit.
So this guy's gonna infiltrate the gang.
Yeah, Tessa, I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what happened because, you know, I just, I marvel at, you know, how he can talk shit on Twitter and Facebook and everywhere else. But his one chance to sit down with me and prove to everybody how much of a better lawyer he is than me. And he pussed out. He pussed out. That was like his one chance to take me down. And he pussed out. If anything, it's made me more of a legend.
He's kind of just like a sly little fucker. Huh?
I don't know, guys. I don't know. Just, it's interesting to say the least. Hey, Sandra, welcome. Yeah, probably in the next 15 minutes or so, I'm probably going to terminate this live just because I've been on, at this point, we're at the 4 hour, 16-minute mark. If you can fucking believe it. I'm like stunned. I'm absolutely stunned on how long this has gone. You know, Mouse, I've heard a lot of people say that. And, you know, I don't know, maybe if somebody can arrange for a square off between me and Kratz, I would be down. I would so be down to do that. Yes, Carrie, go feed the littles. Cinnamon, great to see you live. I'm sure. Yeah, I hope it's all that you guys hoped it would be. It's a little odd. I'm surprised that like fucking my buddy the Gilmores aren't here. Really wish they would be. Let's see if I can bring them over. Now the Gilmores, they're a married couple. They're some very good friends of mine, and I love them to death. And
It's like, oh my god. Oh yeah,
they're great people. They do KG and Me and a bunch of other stuff. Let's see if I can get them on here. they're so great. They're such a great couple. They're such wonderful people, and I love them to death. And you know, I don't know. I would love it if they would. Karen, we've been putting up David's mailing address and all other. Yeah, thank you, Sue. You rock. Yeah, well, I haven't done a whole lot of lives in recent years because I haven't really, you know, I haven't really been inspired to, but you guys definitely have inspired me today, and I'm probably going to do a lot more of these because, you know, whatever it takes to get David's name out there. I mean,
Stupid ass.
Please, everybody, send him a postcard, send him a letter, let him know not to give up, that we're doing everything we can. I mean, he needs to see that there are still people. That there are still people that care, that there are still good people out there. Tessa, I mean to, especially after today. I mean, you guys have really inspired me to start doing some more live chats on these cases, and especially on the David Thorne case. I mean, if I got this kind of a turnout and this kind of a response to David just this one time, you bet your ass I'm going to keep doing it more. I mean, if anybody watching this would be willing to you know, knows anything more about documentary filmmaking, would like to help with the documentary shit, like, I will hand over everything I have to you and you fucking deal with it. Cause like, I don't want to not do it justice. David needs everything that we can give him. I mean, I'll do the documentary, but you know, at the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't want it to be like a thing that's like, oh, she just did it because, like, you know, she wants more attention. It's more like I did it because nobody else would. Karen, I'm thinking like bi-weekly. I'm thinking like twice a month. Mouse, what was the judge's name on David's case? Sue, can you answer that? Because, like, you're the one with the encyclopedic knowledge of this.
He's dressed.
Richard Reinbold, thank you. Yeah, Karen, I'm seriously considering doing it like bi-weekly, like every other week or so. Whatever it takes. If this is the only way that people will listen about David, then we'll do it. You know, like, I wish I knew more about technology and how it works so that, like, I could start throwing up pieces of the case file on the screen, but I don't know how to do any of that stuff. Because I'm a moron. It's not so much that I'm a moron, it's just that I don't fully comprehend you know, how to do all this. No, I'm not vaping anymore, Cinnamon. I I tried to stick with the vaping, but it wasn't sticking.
Is he gonna fucking
I'm back to
kill him?
smoking. Thank you, Digi. Yeah, everybody, if you want to send David a postcard, send him a letter, you know, Meep, how much will it all cost? I wish I could tell you the documentary equipment, everything. I don't know. I've been doing everything from my computer and, you know, my phone because I don't have anything else. I don't even have a decent, even a piece of shit camcorder, which I would love because it would help so much. You know, I need filler footage. I've got a lot of stuff. Karen, well, Allie has done some work on the David Thorne case with me. Rubber Ducky, I don't really know all that well. Richard McAdams, he and I have talked a little bit about the David Thorne case, but we haven't really gone in depth. Denise Rainey, I don't know who that is. I kind of live in a bubble. I was the first real YouTuber that did a whole lot of videos on the Avery case. And, you know, I'm sure, well, Allie, I know I encouraged her to do her videos. Laura, I encouraged her to do her videos. Richard was part of my research group for a long time for the Avery case. And he kind of started doing his own videos, which is fucking awesome. You know, everybody else I'm kind of not really aware on, but yeah, I'm pretty much, I'm the OG. I'm the original, you know, wrongful conviction YouTuber. And I'm happy, you know, and the thing is that people have tried to stir up controversy for years between me and the following YouTubers because I don't know, they like drama and I don't get sucked into it because I'm like, fuck you. You know, I don't care how the information gets out there, just so it gets out there. You know, some people that watch Richard don't like how I do things. Fine. I understand that. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, as it were. But, you know, they'll watch Richard or they'll watch Allie or they'll watch, you know, somebody else. And I'm like, fine, cover the fucking case. Do whatever you got to do. Because if they're not going to watch me, they watch you. And at least when they watch you, they get the information. You see what I mean? Hazel, I have some of the documents on my Facebook page, on my Facebook fan page. I put the link up earlier. Let me put it up again. I'm still trying to figure out how to do all that stuff. Like people are capable of like doing stuff with Facebook that I can't figure out. Cause like I want to have a documents or a files tab, but I have no idea how to turn that on. I tried to stop smoking with vaping. It's just not the same. For real. I couldn't, yeah. You helped RD with some of her stuff. I reviewed Stephen Avery's 07 trial. Then she kind of dropped me. Talk to me. We'll see what we can do. Because I've got a whole team that helps me, you know, and I love them to death. I don't talk about them a lot. I don't use their real names a whole lot because I don't want to invade their privacy. But I've got a whole fucking get your housemate to help you set up a Discord. If I knew what that meant, maybe.
I'll watch it.
Because I don't know. I don't know.
Once per season.
Banana fish.
Jedi Scoob's toolbox. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. I've got some notifications on my Facebook. I know you're the OG, but there's no harm in bringing everyone we can get. Absolutely, Karen. Absolutely. I have never said otherwise. The only time that I really kind of pointed it out was with Laura. In the beginning, because like a bunch of her followers wanted to like climb up my ass, and she even played into it there for a while. At this point, I don't give a fuck. Just so long as the information gets out there, that's all I care about. I could care less about anything else. Jedi, yes, I have a team of researchers and a team of helpers that help me with a lot of stuff. Like I've got a couple of nurses, I've got some tech people, I've got a lot of people that help me do what I do. You think I could do all this shit without help? Bullshit. Hold on, guys. It's my mommy. Hello. I am currently in the middle of doing a live stream on my YouTube channel. What are you doing? Yeah, well, I don't have you on speaker. What's up? I'm thinking in the next few minutes. Okay. All right, mommy. Bueno, bye. Yeah, Dropkick Murphys. For the longest time, it was the Pink Panther theme song, and then I moved to the Boston legal theme. But yeah, I always go back to the Mervs. I can't help it. Jennifer, I know I'm still on, which is a trip. I'm actually probably going to wrap this up here in a few minutes because I've been on for 4.5 hours, and Mama's tired. Mama's got some homework that I got to get done, and yeah, it's been a roller coaster, guys. It really, really has. Like I'm absolutely flabbergasted at y'all, and the fact that like I can't believe it. I really can't. But I shouldn't be surprised. My hatchlings are the best people in the world, and I have the best fans, and I knew that if I could just get you guys to sit down and listen to how the David Thorne case, how all that played out, that sooner or later you all would see what I see and be willing to take up the charge with me and with Sue, and hopefully give David some more hope. He so deserves it. He really does. I mean, David's just the most amazing person ever, and how he keeps his humor and his light shining, I will never know. But yes, when Kim said, let's organize a rally, I agree. Let's organize a fucking rally for David in Ohio, guys. Please. He's in the London Correctional Facility. If anybody wants to take that up, I will move heaven and earth to be there. Please, let's get a rally going for David. He deserves it. He deserves all the support in the world. He really does.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cinnamon. I know you just want the info out there. That's why you care about. That's pretty much it. I just want the information out there. I could give a fuck who's the mouthpiece, just so long as everybody knows about David. And especially if we've been with you from the beginning. If there's a vid or a live coming up, we jump on it. I know. I'm so grateful, Jennifer. Oh, always support Making a Murder. Always. I never said otherwise. This isn't a competition. Just, give some attention to David too.
Okay.
Did you pub? No, I didn't. I would love to. Tell me all about it. Dead again. I don't have network TV. All right, guys. I'm going to sign off now. It's been an absolute honor. I love you all very, very much. Thank you so much for being here. Check out my Facebook fan page, check out my Twitter feed, and we will be doing this a lot more. I love you all so much. Mwah.